YouTube not hear any of the good stories. Sorry, YouTube. sorry. Anyway, let's say some quick hellos. Before that, though, Cajun Killa says, Resorty, does Japan have time change? No. Like I said, we'll be answering this one on and off for a couple weeks here. I will be on the same time, my time, and so I will move an hour or so with respect to all of you fine folks, or at least many of you. Do any of you not do time changes? I don't know where in the world does time changes and doesn't. I know parts of the US refuse to move, and then Japan doesn't move. But you all, do you move, do you not? You can be writing that while I say hello to some fine folks. So, hello Unnamed Comet, Raw, good seeing you. Welcome in, George. Hello, Axix. Welcome in, Battle Tank. It's been awesome reading your reports on your workers and resources playthrough. So good seeing you, Battle Tank. Drek, welcome in, Cyber Oracle. I was thinking about you the other day, Cyber Oracle. All good things, I promise. Nice to see you. Gentleman Foster, hello. Jim, hello. Hi, Wizards. Hi, Spracknell. Hello, HPG. Good seeing you today. Mytherious, excited about watching more Resorty. Thank you for that. I did this like punch. Like, thank you for that. What does that mean? Is that like cheering? Is that hammering nails? I have no idea. Selden, good seeing you. Bellic, welcome in also. Odd Blue Turnip, what a lovely day. Slivers and Marks and Shepherd, good seeing you today, everybody. Hello to you, Vistari. Hello to you, Explosive Seal. Amarth, welcome. Good to have you here. Cajun Killa and Droda and Babalukin and, oh gosh, who else is here? Sai. Full Heart, thank you for the resubscription. If I missed you, I apologize, but glanced through and found some names. As I mentioned before, I need to make a bot. I need to make a bot that will help me pick out the names more easily. Maybe the organic is good, because when I do hello time, you always wonder, will he notice me or not? I said hello like everyone else. Will he notice that I'm in fact in the room? Who knows? Clamps, good seeing you for sure. Alright, so time zones move for everyone except for Arizona in the US. HPG refused the time zone. Very good. The European Parliament has mandated that we shall end time changes. It's just not clear when that is. Yeah, I get that very much. Those, like, we intend to bills, while super interesting, that's not a Bellic. Bellic, good seeing you. Hello, Bellic. These bills will say we shall do such and so down the road. Super interesting as far as ideals and goals, but I hope they figure out when to stop doing time changes. I don't know. I don't know. I've heard a number of stories about why time changes happen. On the one hand, it's to help the farmers. On the other, it's something about saving resources. Something about like Kaiser Bill, maybe? It's all very vague in here, but it seems to me, or at least I've seen a number of studies in the New York Times about the US in particular, that under one of the two time zones or time periods, the majority of the US would get more hours of daylight substantially. I don't remember which direction it is. But whichever one it is, we should probably just stay that way, right? We should probably just stay with that one long term. Why wouldn't you? Now, I suspect that you'd have to like reprogram your VCR. You'd have to reprogram your oven to not auto change, but that's how it goes. Buddha time changes makes no sense. The farmers hate the time change. Animals don't care for it, and they go on their bio clock. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the reason I was told that the time change is good for the farmers is so they get more light in the evening in order to do their plowing. I have no idea. I don't know. But this might be the kind of story that Midwestern parents tell to their Midwestern children in order to make sense of things that don't really make sense. Who knows? The sunrise and rise myth has anything to do with farmers. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely sure it's all myth. I think, like I said, I read a story about Kaiser Wilhelm demanding something involving oil, maybe? I don't know. It's something confusing. Schools and Halloween are a consideration with kids and safety. I get that. It feels very strange to send your youngster out to school when it is, I don't know, 7 a.m. and still dark, or whatever else. But As an adult, I selfishly don't want to push the buttons and don't want to deal with that physical feeling of just being dislocated in time. It's very similar to when my wife went to the US and then back within a week or so. She never quite felt at home in the US, but when she got back to Japan, she also didn't feel quite at home with our time zone anymore. It's a very strange in between. Speaking of buttons, if I turned on YouTube, I did. YouTube's been live for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Twitch has been live for 15 minutes. Certainly the most important content of all has been lost to the YouTubers. Alas, alas, alas. It's how it goes. Daylight savings time is a World War I wartime measure according to Wikipedia. That's cool, thank you. Does it anything to do with the Kaiser? Like, anything? I need to know at least part of my half-remembered stories are in fact true. They gotta be. Anyway, this weekend was an absolute delight. I gotta say that sincerely. I had a really good weekend. Because after stream on Saturday, Noms and I headed out for a day that I had planned. In our family, my wife is usually the big planner. She really enjoys not just picking what to do, but researching it in exhaustive detail. Seeing all the possibilities. So if you say like, oh, we want to get Chinese dinner, she looks through all of the possible Chinese dinners, and I appreciate that, but rarely do I have that much interest in getting the perfect one. The good enough is fine, thank you. And so it was kind of a liberating but also challenging day for her because she just trusted me. And I got her to promise not to ask any questions about where we were going or try to research the places we were going, and she was very pleased with my choices. So we started with lunch at a place we like. There's a vegan izakaya in Shibuya, one of the larger parts of Tokyo. It's a place where they serve fairly standard food you'd get at a small shop. It's all vegan in the most surprising ways. They do a karaoke, which is a fried chicken that tastes so good. We started there, then we went to the Adidas store down in Shibuya also, Adidas footwear, because Noms has been seeing more of these fashion Adidas shoes. They're like the old school Sambas, I think. Oh gosh, that's a lot of windows. They're like these old school Adidas Samba? Yeah, you know these kind of shoes. You know these shoes. The standard being, I guess, the black and white. But there are now many different styles. And so occasionally she'll see one on someone else's feet and say, oh, I want those so badly. And at the Shibuya location, you can mix and match and order your own style. With this particular fabric, with that particular coloration, with this sort of tongue, etc. And she was absolutely overwhelmed because she wanted to do more research on what the best possible kind is. Luckily, I believe Adidas has the same kind of feature online where you can mix and match and choose what you want, and they'll then send it to your home instead of having to go down to the shop to pick it up. But yeah, at the store there, they probably have 50 or 60 different styles of these same things. And yeah, they're all the colors. This is in some measure showing like relatively plain ones. I think they might use the word unique. Yes, these are the styles they begin putting out. Yeah, things like pink with black and blue with white and. Yeah, so we'll see if she picks ones eventually. So we went to there for a while. Went to there and had a really nice time. And then after that, went to a museum, which might come up in the Wheel of Storytime, we'll see. After that, we went to one of the allegedly most beautiful bookstores in all of the world. Now, is that true? I don't know. Can't remember what it's called. So Staya is the main brand. And I believe it's in Dai Fukuyama? Is that true? Yes, that's true. Daikanyama. Can I get a good picture of it? ego onegaishimasu. Yeah, so it looks like this from the outside. These strange little, like, T's all interlocked. It's like someone knit the outside of the building, and there's these 3 or 4 buildings they own, and then, yeah, each room is like this really lovely wood, and one of their commitments in their shop, at least this one, is to shelve together Japanese books and foreign language books. At most bookstores, there's a separate foreign language section that's split into English and German and French and Korean and so on. But here, looking at some particular shelf, you really will see a Japanese language edition of this book next to an English language, next to a Korean, etc. And it's not there for all the books, but they do have a wide variety of many translations side by side. And it felt so delightfully cosmopolitan, so delightfully, we're all doing this thing together, we're all in this thing together, and I really enjoyed that. So we went there and looked around. The main reason we went there was this room right here, which is the stationery room. And for noms, that is always the biggest attraction anywhere. On the left-hand side there, those windows, the lines across, every single one of those is a row of different kinds of fountain pens. And as you see, there's 10 windows? 10 windows? Up and down, 15 rows each, probably 4 or 5 different fountain pens in every single row. You can do the math. It's a truly ridiculous number of different styles. And I took her there hoping that she'd want to buy some pens or fancy paper or a notebook. And she looked at lots of them. Oh, that one looks cool, and that one looks cool. And I said, okay, sweetie, let's get you one of the cool looking ones. And she said, I need to do some research. So I gotta say, my attempt to buy her gifts this time was entirely stymied because the things I wanted to buy for her were not one size fits all. They were not, there's only one style of this thing and you're stuck with it. It was instead very much she wanted the particular best kind of whatever. And for her, when it comes to pens especially, the best kind is not the most expensive kind. The ones that are really pricey to her look like art pieces. They're ostentatious to her mind. And so instead she enjoys various fun-looking mid-range ones. And so hopefully I can buy her one in the next few weeks here, but we'll see. I didn't take her to another one of these stores because the other store I wanted to take her to because it had in-shop pen masters, I think they called them, something like that, who would show you how to best care for your fountain pen and would do demonstrations on different cleaning methods. And they would also have, or they do also have, in-house pen consultants who will work one-on-one with you to find your perfect pen that best suits your writing style and all the rest. But wait, there's more. They also have in-shop ink masters who will work with you to grind and prepare the exact ink color and consistency and inclusions or exclusions that you want. And this sounds so ridiculous to me as someone who, again, uses Bic pens primarily, or, some kind of random... Yeah, it's kind of random pen I got from a college. This one from Kirkwood Community College. I have no idea where that is, but it is just a pen that I can pick up and push into the paper and make some scribbles. But Noms loves really nice pens and probably owns, I don't know, 30, 40 different pens she's picked up at various times that she doesn't use all of them, but she just likes having them for sure. I need F701 zebra in my life. I'll look in a moment at that pen. To finish the story about the other pen store. So initially I put this on the list of things we would do on Saturday. But then I realized a couple days before we were going to take our big trip out that they require appointments. So if you want to go to the fancy pen store with all of the masters who will work with you, you must make a personalized appointment. And I realized in that moment two things. One, it was too close to the day to actually do any of that. They already had full reservations. But number two, the idea of Noms having to sit down with these people and having to have the conversations would probably be a little bit much for her. I thought what it would be is you can go and see these people at work and discover the ways in which you can use their services and the depth of understanding they have in that place of fancy fountain pens. Yeah, Noms prefers fountain pens to gels, I think? No. Is she a ballpoint or gel person? She's a fountain pen person, ideally, but then she's a gel person. I think I'm ballpoint. Sorry. Next time Noms is here, you can ask her about pens. She'll have lots of things to say. I've got nothing other than Noms loves them. So we went to this place. After this, we went to dinner at a place we'll discuss if it comes up on the wheel. It's too big of a story for opening here. Does Noms have a feather pen, a quill? She does not. I don't know how she'd respond to my getting her one. Alright, so person who works in office supply store says, I need an F701 zebra. It has like a raspy grip. Simply looking at this, I feel so unbelievably manly. No comfort grip for you. Sheer metal that will rip your fingertips off. Oh, we love it. Let's say here, all stainless steel. So this is refillable. That's a grand. This is pretty cool. I've never seen one of these before. I mean, they appear to be sold in Japan. I'm sure some retailer somewhere that sells them. The pen is mightier than the sword. Absolutely. Hey, Sai, thanks for the 10 bits. I appreciate it a bunch. Super cool unicorn emote there. Is this 10 bits to get me on the path to buy one of these? Thank you so much for the bits and for the suggestion here. Yeah, I'll look into this. I think that my self-conception does not include my being my being a pen guy, being intentional about this is the pen that I truly will use at all times. I think my sense of pen guy really is, here is a variety of pens that I got from various universities, and then here is a pen, the only pen I've intentionally purchased in the past, 3 or 4 years. A pen for Wrexham AFC. My life, we'll see. Hey Riz, what's the bit to yen rate right now? Okay, what's the easier way to do this? I can never remember. So a bit is worth, to streamers, 1 American penny, so 1 USD to yen. That's wrong. That's wrong. So $1 is 152. So 1 cent then is 1.52 yen. So it's 16 or so yen for 10 bits. There you go. We did the math. I did math right on stream. Feels good, man. That's how it goes. All right. I think that's the opening story. Wow, 152 yen to the dollar. I need to go to Japan. You stay away. Tourists, with your valuable money. Your ability to come and live like a king in Japan. with your destruction of my beautiful. No, it is the case that we welcome your tourism as long as you stay in the tourist areas and don't defile Kyoto too much. But yeah, I know a lot of people who have wanted to make tours to Japan have done so in the past year or so. As I'll mention previously, when Nams and I moved to Japan, it was in October of 2022. Let's see here, October of 20. No, sorry, it was March of 2022. So we moved here, roughly here, 117 to the dollar. 117. You can see how things are going. Now, if you don't know what all this means, it means Japanese money has become devalued compared to the world, which is fine, right? As long as we live in Japan, no problems. We go back to the US, ooh, it's gonna be terrible, terrible, terrible. But there you go. We do get paid in yen over here, so excellent. Come visit us soon for sure. Friends, it is the case that there is an ad break coming here in just a little bit, about 30 seconds. We'll just talk through it, but don't be surprised. You can, of course, avoid ads in all the ways you know, and I appreciate if you do so, but thank you for hanging out for sure. All right, back to Big Resorty here. Very good. I mentioned their library that put Japanese English books together. So it's a bookstore, actually, not a library. There might be libraries that do also. There's another streamer here that encountered issues with museums refusing to translate from Japanese or use translators. Absolutely, absolutely. Many museums don't want people using handheld translators on their didactics, their little pictures or paragraphs that explain what a piece is. And the reason why is the way in which... Do I need MS Paint for this? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. So... I'm going to go to Little Resorty again. Hello, friends. It's Little Resorty. Okay. So, suppose this is a gallery. It's very bright. I know many of you are going, oh, my eyes. I'm having a seizure. There you go. There's your blackened gallery instead. I can make it more full screeny for us. Is that right? Look at me knowing how to use the MS Paint. All right, so assume this is a gallery. I will help you maintain the aura of believability by putting a sign on it. The sign says art. Good. Good. It should be like art this way, possibly. Art here. Best sign ever. All right, so Japanese museums of any a special interest. So there's some museums that are there all the time that have roughly the same things all the time. They're really enjoyable to go to, but you can go there again basically anytime you want to. Where there are other galleries that have like special exhibitions, special events, or rotating exhibitions, so that it's never the same thing twice, and people have to go there during a limited period. Anyway, so most fill, solid color, boom. So most Japanese museums do things this way. They will have on the walls, on the outside edge, like many galleries probably, all of the arts. All of the arts. On every side, all the way around the room. Do. A very big one there because I don't want to draw anymore. Right. And they will then have there's actually no clear line set up. Like there's no signs or stanchions or anything. People come in this way, and then by the natural law that is, let's be Japanese here, they will immediately begin lining up together. Be a line there, a line there, a line there, a line there. And it will be usually shoulder to shoulder people all the way through. And so the way in which this thing successfully works is that every person gets like 30 to 45 seconds inside of the seeing any one picture, and then they move on, right? Even though these people have obviously spent generations creating these artworks, right? It's like a master's work trying to share their greatest artistic endeavors. The people get only a moment on it. Oh gosh, it's very hard to see the eraser when the background's black. Well, you get that yellow pile. And so many of the museums that have really interesting things that people want to see, and your shoulder to shoulder get 34 seconds, want people to look at the didactics, the paragraphs explain what the material is, very, very briefly while you're in line waiting for your turn at the artwork. If people who don't read Japanese take out their phones and pull up the translator and, translator app, okay, it's, oh boy, okay, well, it's not translating fast. Do I have signal here? Okay, it's coming to view now, all that kind of thing. And so because of that, there's been a major request at the Tokyo museums that we just don't translate in line, because it holds up the line that's happening. And it's somewhat rude, I guess, or at least antisocial when it comes to trying to get around the museum. So yes, in Japan right now, there is a request not to translate, but it's not just like anti-foreigner. It's very much pro-efficiency, pro-getting through this thing. In the MoMA, they have, Metropolitan Museum of Art, they have benches and areas. Yes, so at permanent museums, at museums that are not just here is one room, go ahead and walk through it. They will have benches. They'll have all the things you're used to around the world. In this kind of particular, it's a limited time expedition, and we have 30-some million people who all want to see it. It's just not feasible. So there you go. The point is that everyone gets a chance to look at the art. Exactly. So one thing that's commonly done here, probably elsewhere also, is letting in only so many people to the gallery at a time. Probably very, very common, but it's very orderly and very, you move this fast, and everyone has the story, and so slowing it down is the problem. That's right, you can't stop the assembly line that is art consumption. And yeah, it is a very strange thing. As I said, I'll show you some pictures about our museum trip in a little bit here, if it comes up on the wheel. And yeah, some of these things are obviously the work of so many weeks, and it is a 30-second engagement. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, there's such depth there. Oh, what a lovely bird. Well, time to move. And I don't know. I do kind of miss, we lived in the Midwest US, that there's not a great amount of engagement with that kind of culture there outside of college towns. So we often drive to these smaller museums in these smaller cities and be able to spend half an hour with one piece, like really seeing the strokes and thinking through it and so on. And that's something I do miss. I miss the ability to privately engage with art of certain kinds. I miss the impossibility of privately taking my time to decide how long with these things. Anyway, there you go. Good seeing you, CS Prof. Hello, Proven. Hello, Pope Dorito. Hello, everybody. All right, that is the story of art. I need to use MS Paint more often. I think back in the day, I was so terrified of ever bringing up any other window on stream. I had two windows, two useful windows. One, this right here, for like, hello, good to see you, and then immediately to the game. And I would never, ever bring up a web explorer, web crawler. What do we call them these days? I would never bring up MS Paint. I originally still call it MS Paint, even if it's not MS Paint. Right? I'd never do this for the thought like, this is a gaming stream. People are here for the gaming. What are you doing, you fool? But now I just pull up whatever feels good. So that is that. Speaking of pulling up what feels good, let's go ahead and pull up a little wheel here and see what we get for our story time today. There are so many things, including a game giveaway. It's going to be good. History here, Steve. Good seeing you. Hi, Celeste. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing great. I think this is one of the higher energy streams in a while. Despite the fact that, my friends, we have a disaster on our hands. No wheel, only story time. So I use one of those pill boxes, you know, the ones where you have a week of days written out and you pop them open and you throw your medicine in. Okay, I reload this thing every Sunday morning. Every Sunday morning we reload it while I'm having my morning coffee. It's fiddly work. I don't enjoy doing it, but if I don't do it, I will forget to take my meds, and that is not the right decision for my life. And so I was refilling this weekend, and I had all the pills in. I was working on my last my last prescription pills, and I discovered that I had enough to get me through Thursday, and then they were all gone. And I had this moment, wait. My next appointment is not for a month. What on earth has happened here? How do I have half as many as I should have here? And so I started to panic. Not panic, I started to worry, because I realized there were either of two things that had happened initially. So, one, I had managed to lose a box of 100 pills. That's a lot of pills to lose, but they do come wrapped in this like smaller container. And so I went down to the area where I get my packages and unpack them and looked around, and they were not there. And I was fairly sure I would not have done this. But if I have done this, and it is like a vague possibility, then I threw them out with the trash about a month ago. And so if I did get enough pills, then possibly it's gone. Possibly number two, I've been taking double my prescription. This is the second thing that came to mind. I said, okay, I do take more than one of these a day. Is it possible these pills were of stronger dosage than I thought they were? I should have cut them in half or taken only one. So I logged online and pulled up my little file, and yes, indeed, I'm taking the right amount. At this point, I became so confused, because I'm pretty sure I didn't throw them out. I am taking the right dosage, but I'm short 100 pills. And so Nam says, is it possible your doctor didn't order the right amount? Is it possible they didn't send you enough? And when you get your box of pills, you say, oh, that's a lot of pills. You don't count them all because you trust the doctor. And I'm hoping that's what the case is. And so I wrote him an email explaining what I explained to you roughly, as well as, hey, would you mind checking your records just to see? And we'll see what we get back, because he's a very kind man. But this is one of the first times I've ever suggested that perhaps he or his staff have done something wrong. And here's the further issue. Out of all of the pills that I take, the ones I'm missing 100 of are the ones that are most addictive and most likely to be abused. And so I shouldn't laugh about that. I swear I have not been doing so. Now possibly Noms is stealing them and selling them on the side. Who knows? But man, I sure am hopeful. I sure am hopeful that they will accept that I have not been stealing them all. We have a good relationship. I don't think I've ever shown any kind of like drug-seeking behavior other than this one, but we'll see. I might check an LLM for alternative remedies. Do you mean like ask ChatGPT what I should be taking instead? I wish I had not read that. That's really what you mean? Okay. I want to do this for reasons. I'm just curious. So, I don't have like a ChatGPT account. It's like Microsoft, is it Bard? Bard LLM? It's called Gemini now. All right, Gemini. May I use you for free? Where do I push buttons to use this thing? Chat to supercharge your ideas. Here we go. This is clearly a good idea. Do I believe in giving my data? Sure! That too? Sure! Okay, very good. Probably do offline. Wait, why? Why? Hello, Resorty. Hi, Gemini. Quick question. I do not have any more of my pre-Gabelin prescription for depressive bipolar. What should I take instead? Not qualified for medical advice. Yeah, very good. Whatever. Practice stress management, exercise and eat a healthy diet, get some sleep. You can buy lithium off of Amazon's not designed for medical use. I'm good, thank you. I mean, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right that one does not need to, there are probably ways to get the things you need. Is Silk Road still running? Doesn't exist, unfortunately. I cannot buy from the dark web. I don't know what I'm doing. I think we should ask ChatGPT solutions to our problems more often. I think that'd be a fun thing to do on stream. But no, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I have found a situation that works, and I don't want to mess with that kind of thing. Just sleep more meditation. Yeah, I've tried all these things, friends. I've tried so many things. It has been about 20 years now since I was diagnosed, and it's been really tough. Have I tried opium yet? I've not yet tried opium. Let's see here. Where is opium legal? Medicinal use India, Turkey, and Australia. We could head that way. No, I do enjoy taking medical advice from chat. I mean, I think my favorite suggestions, no, not favorite. I think the only medical solutions I should take from chat are Resorty, go to the doctor. Resorty, go to the doctor and see what happens. Conventional lithium might not have sufficient dosage pharmaceutical compound. Well, that's fine, Heischel. You just eat more of it. You just keep piling it in until eventually your dosage. You can get supplement iodine, which triggers hypometabolic states. Can I use... No, I don't need to use Google. We have a new friend. Hello again, friend. I said hello to it. Oh, sorry, wrong room. I said hello to it. And, and it tell me about meditation again. All right, real quick. Is it possible to use Amazon as an unlicensed pharmacy? It's just giving me the same things over and over again. Yep, that's it. I think the moment you mention anything involving mental health things or medication, it seems to shut down. And I think that's okay, right? I think that's probably for the best, as opposed to people trying to use the LLM, etc. Resorty, please. I'm not going to do this. Don't worry. It's a bit. Is it not a funny bit? Perhaps not a funny bit. Don't you worry. We're not going to do that. It's just for jokes. I sent an email to my psychiatrist. Don't you worry. Okay, let's see what happens today. The wheel is going. Makes you uncomfortable. I'm sorry for that. I meant it to be humorous. All right, friends, it's time for better stories. Time for better stories about a new friend we've made. I made a new friend, friends. I made a new friend. It's a story about new friends. Let's go ahead and put this away, and that away, and that away. All right, welcome to entirely blue screen. Where's my Fritz picture? Where's Fritz picture? Huh? What? Oh, I see. Okay, one second. There we go. But it shouldn't be showing the display, it'd be black. There we go, everything's good again. All right, Fritz is not the new friend. But Fritz is part of the story anyway. So Fritz has his food area. And in the food area, he has this like leftover bits of food he uses or leaves behind regularly, right? Bits of food that we've given him that we think he might like. For example, like meat off of a pizza. He will occasionally eat half of it and then throw the rest on the floor and push it into a place that we do not exactly see. And so we don't clean it up because we just don't see it. Anyway, on Saturday night, I was bending down to clean up the Fritz area for the first time in a very, very long time. Just make it look nice and tidy, etc. And pick up little bits of things he's left behind. And I saw this really large piece of meat. And I was shocked that Fritz had left behind that much and I hadn't seen it. And so we leaned closer. We looked down and said, wait, what kind of meat was... I don't recall giving him, like, seriously a big old piece of steak. Friends, if you're disgusted by slimy things, IMUF's time. Here we go. Friends, there was a snail, not a snail, a slug hanging out in our house. It's a slug. Look at that. And so we picked him up off the ground, we put him in a little bowl with water, and I don't know what that brown thing is. Mom's fed him something. Don't recall what. But look how adorable it is. And the thing that gets me is this was sitting right next to Fritz's food bowl. And it had to have been there for approximately 20 minutes or so before I noticed. And Fritz seemed not to care. I assumed that the same way that Fritz would be all over bugs, he just didn't really care here. Didn't really care. And so we have a second photo also. Let's see here. Second photo here. Second photo. Look at the little adorable guy. It was little, it was antennae? I don't know. But yes, we had a sudden visitor. And we looked these up, and apparently they're invasive species to Japan. They're initially from Iberia, this kind, and there are no, I believe there are no native slugs to Japan, but these ones are hypothesized to have invaded Japan by sneaking aboard American cargo ships in the 1940s. And they then proceeded to take over all of Japan. And so they're in every single prefecture. They're labeled as being invasive, but there is nothing to be done about them apparently because they're just out of control. Did I do my duty? Did I deport him? No, because as much as it's weird having it inside of my my kitchen, it's instead even weirder to me to just kill it. We took it to the local park. We released it in a local park out in the grasslands. I hope he does well there. I hope he finds a way to live a happy life. But yeah, it is the case that he hopefully is still living out there. Now, there was a second question, a second issue here, which is how on earth did he get to the second floor of our house? Because those things live on the ground, and the second floor is up somewhat. And so it was a moment of, that's no good. So we did some more research, and we found that most commonly, if you find these things at any level other than ground level, they've snuck in through a loose connection on your toilet. That's what it says. And so immediately I went into hardware dad mode. I went and got my tools. I got down by the toilet, started looking. Friends, there are absolutely no holes there. Not a one. It's all in good shape, well sealed, etc. I felt very manly when I made that judgment and announced it is sealed. And so I went, oh gosh, what else could it go? Exactly, Axix. What else could it possibly go? And I think we discovered it. Fritz had some cat grass. You recall the cat grass pictures that was hanging out on the second floor. And the cat grass has all been consumed. And so it's now kind of just a pot of dirt sitting there. It's sitting there to remind me to go buy more cat grass. And over the past few weeks, not weeks, days, the cat grass has not been watered at all. And so my suspicion is the slug was living on or near the cat grass, and then as it dried out, he, it, they, she, whatever, climbed on out and went to visit the rest of the house. Or that's the current theory. If it's not that, then we have a slug infestation. We'll see what happens. But yeah, very surprising intruder. I'm not sure I've ever actually seen a slug in person before. I know some of you have them as pets and post pictures in various places. I love that, but no, it is the case that it is a invader in Japan, and there you go, T. There you go, T. New friend found, new friend sent to the park. Some of you are mentioning the new friend is probably dead already, having been eaten in the park. Maybe so, but I try to take good care of it. Now, many of you did say right away, did you kill it? Would you have killed it? Would you have killed it? I don't know. I tend to lean pacifisty on the majority of things that are not harming me. Am I arrested for releasing invasive species in public parks? I don't think so. I don't think so because, like I said, they've given up on controlling these. If it's invasive, yeah. But it's so invasive that it's, endemic now? I don't know. I'm a bioterrorist. You throw it out the window. I think slugs don't have skeletons, so I don't know what happened through out the window. I don't know. Exactly, Matt. I'm just like you. I tend to catch anything in my house and let it go outside and hope it lives well. Now, if it's like a rat's, I struggle a little bit more because I don't want the rats getting into my larder and consuming all of my grain. But I don't know. I don't know. Invasive is propaganda. It's just nature. As much as I find a delightful claim, apparently the snails, when they first got here, caused some problems with various other ecosystems. But yes, I like the idea that invasiveness is a propaganda idea. Gary is very great. Thank you for that. All right, let's go and do at least one more roll of the old wheel here. Also, many of you seem to enjoy my background. I will tell you honestly, I do not use my desktop at all. I do not know what's on the desktop. I do not know what any of these things are. I mean, I do. What it is when I install games or whatever, and it says, may I make an icon? I don't care enough to click and say no. And so a lot of these are just games. So I do wonder if Steam is a setting where you can turn off may I leave an icon. But yeah, this is really just various games, the things I use for the stream, and that is all. This computer is not used for anything else, not even filing my taxes. Just highlight and delete them all. We could do that. But like I said, I don't look at my desktop. Like honestly, the entire time on my computer, there are either a bunch of stream-related windows open that blocks out everything, or I'm about to open all of the stream-related windows. And so yeah, do you all use your desktops? Like, is this thing that's important to you to have a nice clean desktop? Because back on like Windows 98, I definitely did so, right? With Windows 98, I had a very clean desktop. I think I even had a wallpaper that was like shelves. And so I'd put like all of the base building games together on this shelf and all the music players down on this shelf. You keep a tiny desktop with oversized icons. I see the appeal of large icons, especially if I'm getting a little older here for sure. But yeah, I ignore it. Ignore it entirely. It's not as bad as some people. I know the streamer Forsen has a completely covered desktop with many, many, many icons. So I don't know. Yeah, I wonder what changed. Like, at what point did I stop using my desktop for anything? I do all of my like finding of games or programs via the file explorer thing or the start key. I don't know. You've disabled showing a desktop on your system entirely. Wait, so Freak, is it just like a black background? Do you just have like a mouse in space? I know many people do choose different wallpapers. On the Stream PC, we do have just the default windows. It installed this way, it remains this way, and it will forever and always. All right. Let's go ahead and roll again and see what happens. Let's see. New friend, good story. What is next? Game giveaway almost got there, but I wanted to see this thing. Learning came up. So this is a thing that I mentioned on stream a couple weeks ago. I'm not actually sure it's something I want to do with chat, but there's a real possibility of this being good fun. We'll see. Let me go ahead and copy this link here. If this takes too long to do, we're gonna abandon it immediately. But, the Wrexham Football Club, the people I love more than anyone except for you, chat, and hopefully noms, have started a course with like the National Federation of Welsh Learning to teach people who care about football about Welsh. Where to go? I had it all set up before. Oh no, if it's gone, oh no, where's my Paul Mullen? Oh no. Well, I'm not gonna waste our time with learning normal Welsh. All right, we'll do this. This is what we're gonna do for today for fun. Let's go ahead and take a level test and see what our level in Welsh is together. So, which Welsh course is right for me? Oh, it's probably gonna say like how much Welsh do you speak? It's not gonna say here's a sentence in Welsh, translate it, and we'll all stare blankly. Is that true? Let's see. Let's see what happens here. So my age group, I am in the 41 to 65 now, it's true. Yeah, on a scale from beginner, etc., that's a shame. I'm a taster, I got nothing. What method of learning? Never mind. I'll figure out how this thing was supposed to work and then get back to it in a day or two. Because I want to like hear some Welsh together and see what comes of that. Okay. One more spin. We had a request last week that wheel time becomes smaller, less wheel time overall. So I'm limit to hour 10, hour 15, and we'll see how it goes. One of the new features of the stream added recently is to hear a random national anthem once a day or so. Now, before we get into the random national anthem to learn more things, I want to show you something that's going to give you a little hint towards what we did for dinner the other night. What we did for dinner the other night. One second. It is this picture here. My friends, what did we do the other night? What did we do? What do you think? What do you think we did over there? We went to karaoke, is what we did. For the first time ever in our time in Japan, we went to karaoke. And on the karaoke, they had lots of different ways to choose songs in English and otherwise, and they had a button for national anthems. Can you believe it? So if you want to warm up by singing your national anthem, you can do so. And I was so surprised. Now, unfortunately, and this truly is heartbreaking, they did not have the national anthem of Wales. I'm guessing it doesn't count as a nation for their purposes, Great Britain, etc. Because I was absolutely ready to begin learning the national anthem of Wales and make my wife listen to this kind of thing. But yes, there'll be more about karaoke at some time, but it sure was something amazing. And good call, yep, God Save the Queen instead of God Save the King. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. So, I'd like to pick a random national anthem, listen to it with you, and then we'll probably get back to games and such. Fairness that I'm already creeping with the wheel time. I said I'd stick to an hour max last week. So the reason why I want to go slightly longer than an hour is because the first 7 minutes of stream are music. So I want to have an hour and 7 minutes of wheel time at most. Or not wheel time, opening blah 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 time. That's right. Because my stream, I do what I want. Alright. Random country name. Country name generator. Here we go. Fake name, no. Any country. 1. Oh, is it like make up a name? This might be slightly wrong. Japan. Unfortunately, we listened to the national anthem of Japan last week, but that's very sweet. I wonder if it's based on IP. If it's going to give me Japan over and over again. All right, one more roll here. Canada. We've not listened to the national anthem of Canada yet as part of this bit. I know it though, or parts of it. Friends, I know many of you are Canadians, so it might be time for you to feel some civic pride. Noms and I had a conversation about this yesterday evening, which is our favorite national anthem. And Noms insisted she doesn't like any of them. She wants the shortest possible one, so it's over as fast as possible. And I've told her she just doesn't know enough national anthems, if that's her opinion of the matter. Because there are many that are amazing and beautiful, and I found myself wondering, as you probably know, there are YouTube streamers, like YouTube React Music. Is that what? I'm not finding exactly what I want. Anyway, what they are is videos of people who have never heard a particular song before. Like someone born in 2001 hears Sweet Caroline for the first time. And they get their little headphones on. They say, oh, a song called Caroline? That's a weird name. This one's pretty old. I'm not going to like this one, etc., etc. And they're like, oh, yeah, Sweet Caroline, this is a banger, right? They yell that way. It's delightful. I wonder if we could find a person who does not know any of the national anthems of the world, and we presented all of them as not national anthems, but just songs. How people would respond to these random songs, these random pieces of music. And I do wonder if there were a tier list that someone created, where it would all go. Speaking of which, as we go through all of the countries of the world and listen to all of the national anthems, we should be making a tier list. We should be saying which are the S tier national anthems and who's not working out so well, and see if that leads to a major international incident. All right, here we go, here we go. Let's listen to O Canada. It's 1 minute 14 seconds long. If you've not heard it before, this one's a banger. That's just nice. That's just nice. I always find that a very refreshing piece. I don't know why exactly, but I really enjoy O Canada. There's sort of like breath of fresh air moment throughout of it. It feels really good. So for me, Canada is up the list of national anthems, most especially because it's not obviously a march. I think for me, national anthems that are obviously marches, and I can imagine like soldiers on parade carrying their guns and such, kind of turn me off. I really like the ones that seem to evoke like the beauty of the nation. Ones that feel, again, very like open and flowing, as opposed to the ones that are lockstep, click, click, click. But Canada, definitely a good national anthem. I know many of you enjoy them. That's good. Also, I expect this one's very high on the noms rating because it is only a minute 14. And you can stand through that or sit through that. Oh, yeah, but not about that. Anyway, one last spin, I swear. And then we'll, as long as it's not a long one, we'll go ahead and do it. I'm hoping for Redactle, honestly. If we don't want to deal with, we're playing Redactle, friends. We'll see. Okay, this one is gonna delight you. This one is Last Night's Dinner. This one right here is gonna be something. Friends, it is, as you might know, Halloween season. And so different restaurants and stores around the country are engaging in different kinds of Halloween fun. Last night we ordered dinner. Last night Noms said, I sure would like some pizza for dinner. Now, normally I am the pizza orderer of the household because Noms doesn't want to go downstairs to get her computer, and I don't care if I need to get mine, it's fine, whatever. So, this time though, I had some things to do. I was grading, and so Noms ordered pizza, where I always order the exact same thing, namely a small pizza that is just cheese and a small pizza that is the garlic master, the best. Noms is adventuresome. Noms always wants to try the thing that is the special. And so friends, I give you Domino's Japan current special pizza. I opened the box expecting standard cheese, and this is what we get instead. So number one, I noticed the meat. We don't eat meat. I'm like, wait, Noms, why is this meaty? And she said if she got this kind of pizza, she couldn't make any modifications. No modifications allowed. This is what it's gonna be. So, fine. Where do we even start? I think the obvious thing to start with is the middle. And yes, indeed, that is a paper and plastic bowl that is filled with nacho cheese dip. And then, I don't know how, they must take the pizza while it is still warm and set it on top so that the ends of the pizza like cover the cheese dip. And so when you pull the slice of pizza off, it already has a little bit of cheese dip on its end. So you don't have to mess up your hands. So that's thing number one. They call it the volcano cheese. And you can also get the bucket of cheese separately if you want to, but Noms finds this delightful. All right. The second thing that many of you are wondering about is the black stuff. This is the Halloween fun, the bright orange, the black, orange and black, standard Halloween colors. There are two black things going on here. Number one, the large chunks. When I saw them, I thought, caviar, I thought pieces of coal, maybe like a chocolate. I have no idea what it was. No idea. This turns out to be pieces of chicken that are covered in this like waxy, gloopy, colored dye. The dye apparently is made of a combination of agar to give the jelliness and bamboo. I don't know what you do to bamboo to make it into a black paste, but you do something. So it's chicken covered in a bamboo agar waxy jelly. And then the last piece, there's the black circle all around it. This is a dipping sauce, or a drizzle sauce, rather, meant to add flavor to every bite. This also has a little bit of the bamboo dye, but this time it doesn't need anything to make it gloopy. Noms encouraged me to take a taste of it, and I could not identify the flavor. What is this? It's oily. It's just a little spicy. It's mayonnaise. It is black mayonnaise. My friends, I give you Noms' selection of pizza for dinner last night. Is that hot dog? You mean the piece close to me? No, that piece that's what Japanese use for sausages. They're very small, kind of compacted sausages. They're a little bit hard. So there you go. There you go. It's a 4 kind of pizza. So the 2 pieces close to me are garlic master, with a lot of meat on it. I had to pick off very, very carefully. The top one is mushroom. Next to that is strips of what the Japanese call bacon. It's actually like a thin deli ham, I believe. And then the one to the far right of the screen is is jalapenos and chicken. So there you go. The flavors here actually are not super Japanese. Normally the super Japanese flavors are seafood and corn driven. There you go. There you go. Someone asked, how much was this? That's a great question. I actually don't know how much this thing cost. Let's find out together. Let's discover the wonders of the Japanese economy. Domino's Japan should be the very top thing. There it is. The Halloween volcano. Spooky, spooky, spooky. I think it's at 3,000. Is that right? A large is $21.60, which is probably $18 or so. Was it good? It wasn't the normal thing I always get, so it wasn't what I wanted. And it was just weird for the sake of being weird. So of course I played along. Of course I had fun with it, but Noms probably enjoyed it a little more than I did. I didn't make it a big deal of it. Hey Klaus, thanks for the resubscription. 85 months. It's a lot of months. A lot of months of looking at the Halloween volcano pizza. What are the other things they have here? So this is a different style. Actually, it is the same style, just thin and crispy instead. Down here we have some, are these mochi in the form of, that's chicken, isn't it? What are you? Haro, oh, Halloween. Haro is the beginning of Halloween here. It threw me off. All right, Fubu la Buraka Mokin. Oh, chikin. It is chicken. It is indeed chicken. It's blackened chicken. So it's in a spooky coffin there. It is chicken nuggets that are blackened. Well done. And then you can get the two together. There you go. Your spooky Halloween brought to you from Domino's Japan. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That is the end of Wheel Time. Hooray, Wheel Time. Always a good time for sure. I'd like to end today's blah 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 opening with your favorite game in mind. Let's do a quick round of Redactle. Do a little Redactle and see what comes. Our coffin's normal in Japan. Super common in Japan is cremation. Very, very uncommon to be buried. There's not much land, number one. Number two, there's not a fixation on the body in the way there are in some Western traditions. So no, coffins are probably seen primarily as like spooky Western things, ghost movie or anything. All right, friends, our game of Redactle has 2 words, 1, 5, 1, 6. With those 2 words, we'll discover something. Now, surely the first of these, the first 3 lines here are just picture descriptions. So we had a discussion, I believe, on Saturday. There are some redactals that have pictures in them. And so our question is, do we go look for pictures at the beginning? Because that would really focus down what we're going to type about, we're going to try to discover. Or do we ignore the pictures and instead just guess words? I'm of the opinion that we don't go and look at the pictures. Oh, videos don't get redacted, you just see a thumbnail. So the videos become a picture of some sort. I think I would like to not do them, because it does make it a little bit easy. So I don't know. Every time pictures come up, it's because someone's looking at Redactle on their own. Oh, I'll ignore it. We're iconoclasts. We destroy all the pictures, none allowed. Exist, I'm not sure, I'm calling out a single viewer here for largely selfish reasons. Exist, I don't know if you saw in the book club discussion on Discord, I was reading Porphyry yesterday, his introduction to Plotinus's Aeneas, and I was struck by the fact that his name is Purple, or Purple Clad, and so I did a long bit of research yesterday on why this random philosopher is named after the color purple. So if you want to go read a very, very long story about researching words with friends, it's over in Book Club on Discord. It was fun though, we would spend an afternoon. All right, I'm gonna make 2 guesses and then you get to guess also. So I'm gonna choose sailboat, none. I'm gonna choose potato, none. Friends, what do you have? What are some words that you find interesting? What are some things going on that you think we should add here? Cajun says the word bamboo, none. How about the word one? 32 ones, it is one of the, for example. You then have the word time, 8, the word house, 0, the word industry, 9 of those, the word world, 19 of those. How about science? It's not a science day 0, but we did get the word world there, a big world for sure. All right, continue on with teeth. I mistyped that, apologies. Teeth is 0 in fact. We then have nautical, 0 of those. We have a river, 1 of those. Maybe river's Cuomo, we'll see. The word film, no films. The word flying, 0 flying, unfortunately. The word few, there are 2 few, love that. Popular, there are 11 populars, congratulations. We then have Earth and 0 Earths, Africa, 5 Africas, best, 2 bests, money, 8 monies, war, 3, love that, kind, 0 of those, insect, 0 of those. Quick break. Exists as wild medieval Islamic metaphysics around light, and purple is a special role in Islamic metaphysics. I had no idea. Let me look into that. Super interesting. Largest is next. 7 largest. Well done. Running. 0. That's ruining. Sorry. That says run with 1 N. 7 runnings. Wow. How'd you do those runnings? That's pretty good, Black Point. Pretty good. Lots of runnings in the second paragraph there. We're gonna do culture, 2. We're gonna do system, 7. Only, 11. Century, 5. We're pausing now to look at what we have. So in the first sentence, we still added almost nothing, possibly nothing. Blank blank is and blank blank blank, blank blank blank, or blank 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 by blank, or blank 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 without blank, etc. Okay. We unlocked around the blank to blank blank, running over blank, running over blank blank, running on blank, and running in blank blank. So the word running has been used quite a few times here, lots of running. And so I wonder if that refers to like a running race, if it refers to like water running, but a lot of runnings there. Something like run over flowing. World something. Down here we have a reference to the from the blank blank century. Something is popular with. The system of blank was blank to the blank blank industry. Blank of blank blank. So a lot of blanks still, obviously, but the word running over, running on is very interesting. All right, team, back to it. We're going to discover things together. Type in one more word if you would. Let's see what happens. We ended with century. So we have southeast, 0 of those. First, 26 first, well done. Power, 1 of those. Champion, 2 of those. Record, 3 of those. Blank, there are 0 blanks despite having a lot of blanks. How about marathon? How about marathon? No marathons. How about accident? 0 accidents. History, 10 histories. So world blank and then history right there. You then want fumes. No fumes. Ethnicity, none of those. Sport, seemed pretty good. Something about sports possibly, we'll see. Period, 1 of those. Horse, is it a horse sport? It's a horse sport. Well done, Steve, I like that. How about the word race? 81 of those. I should say, so currently Steve is winning at 169 words there. How about water? Are we getting the steeplechase? Unfortunately not. How about whales? There's 2 references to whales here. War, 3 of those. Event, 11 of those. Record, we did that before. Racing, it is indeed horse racing. There you go, team. Combination of History Teacher Steve's horse, Heichel's racing. Well done to you both. Racing ends up being the top word with 185. Your horse-related childhood trauma finally pays off. Well done to you. It is the case that the trip we're planning to take in the winter apparently has, you can ride horses up in the mountains, and I do worry I might be too large for the horses if they're used to ferrying Japanese people around. We'll see. Nam was on a horse one time, and she really disliked it. She found it being too bumpy. Anyway, there you go, team. Horse racing is an equestrian performance activity typically involving 2 or more horses ridden by jockeys, or sometimes driven without riders, over a set distance for competition. It is one of the most ancient of all sports, as its basic premise, to identify which of 2 or more horses is fast over a set distance, or course, has been mostly unchanged since at least classical antiquity. Oh, okay, one second. I figured it out. I was about to say, it's really striking to me the basic premise here is identifying which of 2 horses. Made me think of gambling immediately. But no, instead it's identifying by the end of the race. We understand. Fascinating. Let me grab a jacket. Let's go ahead and go with the gray jacket today. We like the gray jackets. And friends, I need your help. I've got one last decision to make before we get into the game. And that question is, which game are we playing today? I have a new game, a new to me game that many of you recommended. That game is called Suzerain. Suzerain. It's a stare-up map game that I've been hearing good things about for years and only now gotten to it. So that's one possible game for today. However, we are then abandoning a playthrough in the middle of it, and that is the Kerbal Space Program playthrough, which I've been enjoying, and so I don't know if you all want me to abandon it. So please vote now. The question of Suzerain as a stare-up map games, or instead a variety of Kerbal Space Program errors all throughout the day. Which would you prefer? Battletanks' Suzerain is not a map game, it's a visual novel. It has maps in it though, right? Like, the pictures I've seen have appeared to have maps. I bought the game, so hopefully it in fact has maps. A thank you to Fernandez, who pointed out this thing is in fact on sale right now for 75% off. It's pretty good. It has maps, and these look like different kinds of tokens. You interact with the map. The game is all about text. Oh. So more than half of you want Suzerain. It's very text heavy. Am I going to be reading a lot? I don't mind reading a lot, but I don't know how much you all will enjoy it. Oh, man. Is Sublime game in which I'll be reading a lot. Let's try it. Let's see how it goes. Because I've found that games that have a lot of reading are just not terribly popular. But we can give it one day, see what happens. If nothing else, we'll have tried it again and say we've tried it. All right, I've been in opening zone for far too long. Another ad break has come. I'm so sorry, friends. I have become a just chatting streamer, unfortunately. It's time for a very brief 3-minute break, after which we'll go ahead and play the game, I swear. Time, though, for a little bit of good old video game crossword. At the end of opening talk, I consistently feel like I've wasted time. I love it, obviously, but I do worry it's not exactly what some of you all want. Who knows, who knows? Versatile Scrabble piece. It's the blank tile. Everyone loves that one. Genre for Ivy Queen. With the letters there, it's obviously reggaeton, but I don't know that at all. Reggaeton, good. A tea holder. Tea is held in a bag. Oh, friends. Oh, friends. This is a Wheel of Story I'll remove. It's very, very brief. So 2 days before Namza's birthday, I got an email from Amazon saying a defect has been identified in one of the products you purchased. Saint Shabazz, thank you for the very generous Prime subscription. Glad you're here. So I got this email saying there's a defect in one of the purchases you made for your wife. And I opened the email and it said, one of your purchases has been found to have mold inside of it. I was like, well, that's not good. We just got rid of the mold in our home. And I said, okay, which product is it? It's some tea I bought her. So you can definitely wash mold off of something, scrub good and hard. Tea, not so much. I was like, well, I'm gonna have to throw away a nice gift I bought for Noms. That's kind of heartbreaking. But then I went ahead and read it more deeply. And it's this 5-page letter sent out by the company that in summary says, you've probably seen in the news that our tea brand has mold inside of it. This is only the tea that was sold from a particular storage room at the Tokyo British Fair 2024. Any tea that is purchased elsewhere does not have the mold inside, and so please do not worry. The stuff I bought off Amazon was bought from the official company, so it is not the kind that is under suspicion or concern. And so I went from, oh, I gotta throw away Namda's gift to, oh, everything is fine. I wish that the Amazon Japan email hadn't said this is a problem with the thing that I purchased. It's been a little clearer on that one. Anyway, Metallica drummer Ulrich, it's Lars. Boy Genius and Hanson for 2. Apparently they're trios. The only Hanson song I know is that Bop. It was so popular back in the day. I suspect I knew other Hanson songs back then, because I think I had the entire Hanson CD, but I can't come up with a single one. Also, I do remember there was a lot of making fun of the Hanson You don't know who these people are. Band Hansen. Yeah. There was a lot of making fun of these people back in 2007? No, like 1994. A lot of making fun of these guys back in the 1990s because they had long hair. Wearing long hair as men was profoundly unpopular for a while. And they tried to make it cool, and I liked Hansen. I was made fun of for liking music made by long hair people. Very, very strange. Very, very strange. Anyway, the ad break is over. We did some crossword, but that's how it goes. Alright, no more opening, only video gaming. I did install Suzerain earlier. I have not yet played it for the first time, though, so we'll see if it pops up correctly. And let me go ahead and change this to that directory and see how this one goes. How many of you have seen this game? How many of you have not seen it? It's a commonly known game or not so much. We're going to say first time. What's the game even about? First time ruler here. All right, Suzerain, very good. We'll make sure we capture it correctly. New to you, top 10 for you. Man, if it's top 10 for some viewers, I can easily imagine it being quite good for me also. We'll see what happens here. We'll see. I should be capturing a moment here. There we go. This game, look, it's a map. Look, it's a map. I also need to change the YouTube title. The YouTube title is currently, what are we playing? A question mark. Playing Suzerain first time. Let's play Suzerain. Okay, good. Cool. The game utilizes a Unity analytics system to collect anonymized gameplay data. I've been told always click no on these things. Look, cybersecurity, I did it. Are you proud of me? Collections, options, new game. A stirring song appears. All right, I don't see anything terribly useful here. I could move up the UI. We'll see as the game goes along. If you all can see the UI, we'll leave it as it is. Who knows though? New game, here we go. Enter game name, Riz chat. Wait, Riz plus chat equals love. There we go, that's sweet. All right, does one get to choose their own nation? Does one get to go to one place or another? Looks like you do actually. So we'd be the Republic of Swordland, the main story. Over here is the Kingdom of Rizia, a DLC. Okay, so there's a Swordland story, the main story, and there's a DLC story you can get also. I don't have the DLC yet, so that's just fine, no problem. This over here is the latest news of the DLC. Fine, sounds good. Odd. Republic of Swordland, the main story. It's a presidential republic of 37 million people. Economy in recession, but it's a major power. Beginning in 1954, Anton Rain has been elected the 4th president of Swordland amidst a deep recession, demands for reform, and external pressures. So torpor mode. You must complete the story once to disable torpor mode. This mode disables manual saving and enables achievements. Okay, so this is Iron Man mode you have to play once, and then you can turn off if you want to. Love it. Hey Raven, good seeing you. How's it going? Alright, and good having y'all here to play a brand new game to me. A little older game, but that's okay. I'm wondering if the roles are voiced, or will they come up with roles or voiced on our own. So much reading ahead. You are my enslavement and my freedom. You are my flesh burning like a raw summer night. You are my country. It's 1908 in the Kingdom of Swordland. You opened your eyes to this world. You came from a wealthy family in Lockhaven, a middle-income family in the city of Holsrord, or an impoverished family in the city of Dare. Oh boy, it's choose your own adventure from the very first moment. So this is probably character creation of some sort. Assuming this, I think we were told already we are playing as the president. So there's some story here that we're just starting to find out. of how this person became the president. I sort of want to go with the impoverished family, just to have a story of how we went from rags to riches, or from relative insignificance to power. Let's do it. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a farmer, you spent your childhood among wheat fields. Life was not easy. You were too poor to afford a good education. The Rain family was caring regardless of the economically dire situation. Your parents always did their best to support you. Friends, if we didn't get any education, are we going to be a strong man who doesn't believe that facts? Oh gosh. Okay, the years have passed. It is now 1923. Give me 1 second to change the volume here. It keeps getting a little loud. It is now 1923, September the 9th. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced the historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Swordland was born. It's the only home that we have ever known. We could say we don't understand. We could say you're happy with the day off, or we are worried. I mean, of these things, revolution's very confusing. So either we didn't understand, or we were somewhat worried. These are probably both true, being worried and understanding. So I'm gonna throw the mouse absolutely randomly. And are we at the top or the bottom of the screen? We're at the top of the screen. We did not fully understand. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. No education, but we worked our way up there. Even though your family was poor, the public education system made it possible to go to university. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. You chose law at Halsord State University, economics at the Lochhaven Business School, or history at the Dare University of Culture. So I know that we are from Dare. We're from Dare, over Dare. I do wonder if we'll need to show a willingness to support all people, or if we're to make our home city very strong. Because I don't want to do math today, I think I'm going to say we did history. That seems good. During your first year, you attended a lecture with David Wisconsin, your teacher and mentor from the university. He's the son of the first president of Swordland, the revolutionary Arthur S. Whiskey. I don't know how to say these names, unfortunately. He's a well-known diplomat from the foreign ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based on practical and material factors would be much more successful in reaching his ambitions. We could say we agree with him, we could question him, or we say we only care about passing the exam. So do we memorize what he's saying, like a good Japanese person who got rote learning down? Do we agree that foreign policy must be about power and material factors, or am I still a little curious? I think you're forgetting the spirit of the revolution. In 1927, soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting our teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest, along with their best friend Peter Vectern. So Peter's our best friend, and then the guy whose name is like David is our teacher and friend. You decide to protest or avoid confrontation. Of course, young idealists were protesting with the students. Give my teachers free. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Lutheran declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse to your rooms. Lutheran is a nationalist general who led a military coup and declared martial law in 27. So Should I be taking notes? Suddenly the soldiers charged against us. A student fell and was trampled as everybody started running. Do we hold our ground or run off? We hold our ground. You want to show the violence of the system? You'll show it on me. The soldiers beat you relentlessly. Yep, that's how it goes. Maybe we should be realists after all. What a gloomy year. The coup split the students into two groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine in Dare. You didn't want to stay idle, instead decided to join. Oh goodness. Oh, still good seeing you. Oh boy, so many questions. I am kind of wondering, should we be playing this game with you all together deciding the answers? Because I am enjoying myself, but I do worry this is a game where there's not too much possibility of chat, or there is a possibility of huge chat interactive contribution. But, as always, I worry that chat will make us into a terrible warmonger. I don't know. Goodness no, never trust chat. Best to go in blind. Or I am absolutely blind. I have no idea what this is about. We're trying to learn. Don't want to trust you. I have to trust you all. I have to trust you that you have the best interest of the stream here. Maybe not my best interest. You want to be entertained, and I don't trust you all. The coup split the students into two groups. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine in Dare. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join a human rights group. We say that this is a violation of our essential humanity. A student council, in which we try to say, administrators, we need a new soda machine. Administrators, finals are too early in the morning. Or a political debate group. 1 in 3 appealed to me. 1 in 3. But we begin, I think, arguing. I think we want to make an active stand against these things and convince other people. The dozens of debates helped you hone your oratory skills while also helping you grow your network. Even though the discussions between different groups often became heated, you all grew from sharing ideas. In one of the meetings, Peter Vecturn, our best friend, introduced to a classmate of him, Monica. You were immediately attracted to... she's the love of our life. Her intelligence, her beauty, or her diligence. I'm playing this as if it were me, or at least what I wish I were. So, I mean, in this case, this is real. I've always been attracted to intelligence first. I have a hard time imagining myself in a relationship with someone who does not challenge me intellectually. So intelligence first, thank you. She mentioned to you she was a volunteer for the Swordish League of Women, an organization campaigning for women's rights. You, number 1, told her you wholeheartedly supported her cause, or number 2, weren't particularly interested in women's rights but asked her to dinner nonetheless. I now understand why you have to play an Iron Man the first time through, because I'm so curious what happens if you play a very different kind of character to the one that I'm playing. If you're born in the upper class, only want beauty, go along with the system, I do what would happen. That's a cool feeling, to feel the... I hope it's true. I'm going to ask you to backseat or reveal to me one thing. Do my decisions in this game matter? Or is this one of those games where you get the sense of them mattering, but all paths lead in roughly the same direction? They do really matter? Very cool. Of course, we support our beloved's position. We believe in women's rights because they're humans' rights. Women of the world unite. Decisions matter a lot. Maybe even individual words do. I feel like I have my notebook. We'll see. The politically charged environment led you to join the Red Youth, the Socialists, join the Young Swords, the Nationalist, or stay away from political organizations. I'm so sorry to many of you. It's the right choice. All right, here we go. The radio relayed the communist general Ricard surrounded Lutheran and his troops. demanding their surrender. They refused, and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You couldn't believe it. The army was fighting amongst themselves. So Ricard is a communist general who led an attack in 28 against General Lutheran's military coup. So Lutheran, the 27 coup, martial law, Ricard, an attack against it. We don't know the spirit of the revolt here. Is it trying to put down the coup? Is it trying to change the coup's ideology? We'll see. Yeah, so I do have a question also about why it's called Swordland. Am I saying the sword wrong? Because of course it immediately brings to mind war, fighting, that kind of thing. But does sword just mean south? Will we learn eventually? It's just a strange name to be saying over and over again. It's an anti-fascist left-wing civil war. Yep, that's the goal. The goal was to think of this as the Spanish Civil War, where the nationalists are in power and I refuse them. It's just a name. I just want to change the name then. Ricard's sudden attack caused more instability in the country, but compared to fascist Lutheran, he was a real socialist. This convinced you to participate in a support march. What were they chanting? Freedom, equality, solidarity. Workers of the world unite, or bring down the fascists. Oh boy. I like all three of them in their own way. Number one, that great Republican cry of France. Number two, that Marxist line. Number three, we bash the fash. Friends, we bash the fash, obviously. No fascists allowed here. You're marked under protection of Ricard's soldiers. The students supporting Lutheran's coup gathered a few hundred meters in front of you. Many nationalists were among them. You knew something was going to happen. Of course we stay. What's the something? Maybe we'll have one of the Kardashian sisters come up to us and give us a flower and a Pepsi, right? That's what it is. The Pepsi will stop the battle. We stayed. There was a massive clash between the two sides. Soldiers began to beat the students. Tanks started rolling forward. In this chaotic moment, you saw a young girl about to get run over by a tank. We try to save her, or we call out to her. Metagaming. We know that we live. We know that we live. This is for me the first really hard question. I want to say impulsively, we run to save her. You couldn't reach her in time. I'm guessing the other side is she didn't hear you. You never forgot her face. Oh, little crushed girl. This is horrible. This is horrible. I'm already feeling feelings. I'm not sure I want to be feeling these feelings, but I'm feeling feelings. I need to find a way to keep the game sound on, even if I go to a different window. One moment. Is there a music and background thing? There's not, unfortunately. That's a shame. Anyway, we never forgot her face. The clash has escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped us cope, and love grew between the two of us. It was a difficult time for love. It's feeling little bits like this war of mine. It is feeling a little bit like Tearjerker Tuesdays. We used to do those. The chaos must end. In 1929, the Republic of Swordland had a charismatic colonel named Tarquin Sol. He's a president of Swordland and a famous colonel who re-established the Republic in 1929. Okay, so we know that our teacher was a son of the first president. The coup then came. There was a military leader whose name starts with an L, I believe. And then this must be the second president, Tarkin Sol. Orchestrated a sudden attack on the capital where the Lunarist, there we go, and the Rickardist forces were battling each other. He defeated both, ending the war. A new constitution and the military government began efforts to restore stability. Many people saw the colonel as a savior. He formed the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever single-party elections. I want to support stability, but we have ideals, and they are not this. We do not vote. The USP won the election by a large majority. The military government announced a 4-year restoration period to transform to an entirely civilian government. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica. You were both interested in marrying and starting a family. However, a letter arrived in the military calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. Let's do our duty. We studied history. Hopefully that gets us an officer's position. We'll see. The devastating civil war from neighboring Wayland, a young and fragile republic located in southeast Maricopa. The devastating civil war from neighboring Wayland quickly turned into a proxy war between regional and world powers. The distinguished major, Joseph Lancia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. A famous commanding officer from the Swedish armed forces who I served under. So he's a major, told us to lead my squad, so I have people under me, on a border patrol. A very cold winter night when I began marching out of the Gumrin outpost. Uh-oh. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source, so the squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. I escorted them back or let them slip through. I don't know our law on refugees. I know we're at war with the people next door. If we escort them back, they'll probably go into the system and be deported. They're refugees, though. I don't know. Or let them slip through. If they slip through, on the one hand, I can imagine them like having a certain kind of freedom and maybe making a good life for themselves. But they also might be terrorists, right? This is being affected by my playing Papers, Please. And there definitely is a person who's like, we're refugees, let us through, please. And they then throw a bomb and kill a bunch of people. Oh, see, my heart says let them slip through. So in our youth, we believe that nations were made-up tools of bourgeois power that controlled the possibility of the growth of power of the working class. In that case, we wouldn't believe in stopping the refugees. Now, I'm not sure what we believe. Let us go. Escort them back. Oh! No. I meant back to camp. Oh, no! Oh, the refugees were in despair when they realized we're taking them back to the border. No. Screams and protests ensured as they were restrained. You were delivered them to the border guards. After several months of military service, your duties ended, you went back to civilian life. Did I misread? You tried to tell me? They're fleeing death. I don't know, team. I don't know, team. I'm not going to restart everything, obviously, but... I don't know, team. I don't know, team. You're going to tell Nom, that's fine. I'm speedrunning what I just did previously, because... I'm going to read it again and see if it is actually clear. If you don't know what's happening right here, we read it earlier. You can check the VOD. Not really save scumming. So I often save scum when... the game has not been fair with me. Which is to say, I don't fully understand the choice I have made. And obviously, when I talk... I don't want to... I'm not want to do the thing I said I was doing, right? Like I talk through my choice, and I say, oh, I'm going to do this thing. I said in particular, bring them back to camp to get them into the system to be processed. And it's, oh, you don't bring them to camp, you bring them to the border instead. Like a big thing. All right, here we go. Hey, Happy! Thank you for this resubscription. Resubscribing because of save scumming. Well, I'm happy to do it again. if you want me to. I'll save scum all day long for subscriptions. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, here we go. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source, so the squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. You escorted them back. See, so now that I know what the decision is, I do see how escort them back could mean escort them back to the fence. But I want to say in my initial reading, escort them back to where you came from is a fine way of reading it also. Anyway, I'm going to give myself 3... Where are the idea of refugee camp? Oh, no, not a refugee camp. My own camp. Like the military camp. Now, maybe I don't have military camp, but I imagine things into it, obviously. I'm going to give myself, at most, 3 save scums in the entire game. That's 1. 1 is done. We're not going to start from the beginning every time. We might, I don't know. Okay, we'll let them slip through. After the patrols, the Major arrived with anger and immediately relieved you of your command, calling you a disappointment. One of your squad members had reported your actions. Oh, what happened to Brotherhood? After several months of scrubbing the floors as punishment, your duties ended, and you went back to your civilian life. Whew, the military is not gonna like that. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessing of her parents, a ceremony was held in Wholesword. Wholesword is the capital. During the same year, you worked hard to secure a high-paying job within the governing United Swordland Party. You will recall that I did not vote for these people, but now we are going with them. It was much more difficult to start your career on a good foot because of the refugee incident, but you still managed. So I could say working for the ruling party is the easiest path to power. Or the financial compensation was too great to pass up. Or this is my opportunity to change the country for the better. That last one I think appeals to me. I'm playing the Paladin playthrough. You became the foreign policy assistant to one of the more experienced members of the Assembly. You worked long and hard, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans late into the night. I'm climbing that ladder. In 1933, Tarquin Sol gave amnesty to the remaining factions of the Civil War and chose de-escalation and appeasement. The institutions and symbols of the former kingdom were slowly replaced. So you recall that he said there'd be a 4-year period of military rule, and then it would revert to civilian control. So 1930 is when the 1929 is actually when the Republic was launched. So it should be this year it's reverting to civilian control. His government launched several new initiatives, such as a citizen-funded bills program to revitalize the economy, a social labor initiative to help rebuild and improve society, and a large dam project to solve the energy crisis. The first multi-party elections in the history of Swordland were held. However, the president was elected once more. Multi-party elections, how great is that? The Carter Center for Democracy would be so pleased. Carter's still alive, right? Jimmy Carter. He's over 100 now. He looks in pretty bad shape, but his nephew said his goal was to be able to vote in the presidential election. I do wonder if he'll make it to the end of the year. Like, on the one hand, I don't know the man personally. It's kind of like, it's like a morbid fascination, but yeah, he's still alive. Still alive. That sure is something. 100 years old. Huh. As I mentioned before, I have met the man, talked to him for a while, but that's weird. Anyway, the preparations of a comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia. This is the first time we've seen something proper noun that has not been purpled. So Agnolia is somebody. It's occupying most of my personal time. My significant contribution to the trade talks triggered an invitation to meet the president himself, who offered me a key position. I could become the youngest member of the assembly. I accepted right away, or I accepted with doubts. Those who want power do not deserve power. Plato. I mean, when I see you accept with doubts, this sounds to me like inside of our head, we're unsure of the position. We're unsure we deserve this. But I do worry it means like, Mr. President, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about your rule. So I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to right here. So to not publicly doubt him, I'm going to just say I accept, thank you. As the youngest MP, Minister of Parliament, I assume, it was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies, so you brought on Peter Victor, your best friend, as your right-hand man. The birth of your son, Franck, provided a brief moment of joy and relief. This game does not allow you to name your own children. Uninstall. My spirit of engagement's broken. Negative review time. It's Franck. He's our son. I sacrifice work to spend time with my family, or sacrifice family time to improve my position in the party. Oh, I mean, I think we think back to our socialist youth and remember that good old Karl Marx ignored his family entirely so he could write Das Kapital. I think his wife had to get a job maybe, and the family still lived in absolute poverty. But good old Maria, or whatever her name is the love of our life. We have a son. Oh, the balance. The balance Franz. Franz? The balance Friends and Franck. Are we ambitious, or are we immediately loving? Right? We can tell the story. We sacrifice work, spend time with our family, so that we're more ready for work. We don't have a nagging concern of being a bad father. We instead are able to show up with a smile on our face and do good work. Or if we sacrifice family time, we could say we're doing it for the family, making more money, have more power, will allow us to have a better life for our family. Dogberry reminds me, Monica's our wife name. The first syllable is Nom. Thank you. I'll remember with that. That's good. I didn't even name our son. He's not important. Oh, Good Guy Resorty is having a struggle here. What's that song in Les Mis? When Enjolras is gathering together all of his men and women for the revolution, or the revolution in the cafe, and the rich young man Marius comes in, talking about how he's met the most beautiful woman, and the party member responds, "We strive now for a higher goal. Your little life doesn't matter at all." Something like that. Friends, ideology before party. Oh boy, or ideology before family. Oh boy, here we go. Along with Peter Vecturn, you did great things, cement your position in the party. Meanwhile at home, Monica and Franck felt our absence. At the same time, President Sol increased his authority over years. His growing ego caused strife inside the party. So he won 2 more times. The multi-party elections are keeping him in party. The cracks they show. President Sol in the 5th election, so years are flying by right now, it's 1945. President Sol barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the next year, the Swedish people grew increasingly discontent with corruption and the worsening quality of life. Economic growth was slowing down. Meanwhile, calls for a United Swordsland Party Congress grew louder as a leadership struggle started to brew. You watch from the sidelines, support the president, or join the opposition. We joined the opposition, obviously. This man is not doing what he says he's going to do. He had a united party only under him. We have no time for his militaristic attempts to maintain power. You gave your support to Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and a talented business magnate who was the main contender for party leadership. Meanwhile, in a desperate effort to secure votes for the Congress, President Sol was meeting party members one by one. He didn't approach me. So Ewald Alfonso is a reformist businessman who would become the leader of the reformist wing of the party. Alright. Hopefully this president does not have me shot. The Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of the party were decorating every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists and benefactors gathered for a turning point. The voting of party leadership began, of course for voting against the president. The efforts bore fruit, as the contentious leadership vote was won by Alfonso. During the Congress, Tarquin Sol announced he would retire from politics at the end of his term and appointed Alfonso as vice president. You knew the structure he established was here to stay. The country had become increasingly authoritarian. were happy he was leaving, were troubled by his leaving, or didn't care about who's in charge. So the country is very authoritarian, and it looks like Alfonso will be taking on that authoritarian position. The hope, of course, is that the reformist spirit inside the party spills out into a reformist spirit in the nation in general. We're glad that he's leaving. A month later, your daughter was born. Monica named her Diana. So Diana and Franck so far. As the vice president and leader of the USP, Ewald Alfonso began dismantling the old organizations and structures established by the USP, such as the State Educators Corps and the Swedish State Corporation Bills. So I thought it was the case, my friends, that the reformer would reform in the direction of more participatory democracy, more engagement with the workers and average people about what they're gonna do and what they need. What's that great John Dewey line? Only the man who wears the shoes knows where it pinches. But instead, he's getting rid of those groups. The general election's approaching. The United Australian Party was under leadership. You joined the effort and campaigned, or did my best not to help him. I don't like what I'm seeing of him so far. I worry he's going to try to solidify his own power more and more, the power of the party power of the presidency, as opposed to the power of the people. But I also worry that if I don't publicly support him, we're going to have some problems. Now, I know that eventually our character does become the president. So even if we're against him, something positive happens in the process. I worry about what he's doing. I do not help him. During the general election, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary. He was replaced by the more popular figure, Franz Richter, a new and popular figure from the People's Freedom and Justice Party, who currently serves as leader. Friends, I need policy statements from these people. I need at least vague position papers on what they stand for, because the names are not helpful, right? Everybody loves freedom and justice and apple pie. The issue is, what on earth do these words mean? All right, the new economic policies, an extensive privatization program proposed by Ewald Alfonso, secured an election victory for United Swordsland Party. It is becoming fascist. You do recall, in our youth, we bashed the fash. Hopefully we can do the same again. I did my best to make Swordsland a better place. I tried to climb the ladder, or dedicated myself to the party. On the one hand, I think that by dedicating myself to the party, it can be more likely that I'm able to rise in the party and modify its goals and get power for that purpose. But I really want to sort of in a better place. I worry we're going to end up as some minor functionary, occasionally making intentional errors on our paper pushing in order to get people a slightly better life. I don't know. We try to improve our nation. The presidency of Alfonso saw many bold reforms in government and law and advancements in liberal democratic values. Maybe we'll see. Depends what liberal means here. However, due to the infighting and disorganization, continental economic tensions, and fast-track privatization, it was followed by a severe economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair election system hampered opposition efforts to campaign. I thought my party could not survive a crisis. I, worried about the recession, or I worry my reputation is tarnished along with that of Alfonso. I hope my party cannot survive the crisis. With Peter's help, your presence in the USP grew. The two of you worked long nights together. He flipped opponents to my side. You became the face of a new wing of the party. Step by step, with etiquette planning, your wing took over leadership as President Alfonso lost control of the country. The moment to make a move had come. I blamed him for crisis on television, bribed and extorted his inner circle, or advised him to step down. So how publicly do we want to do this thing? How publicly do we want to take over power of the party? I was hoping we get our own new party, but it's how it goes, Hey Guardian, good seeing you. Hey Van, how's it going? Good seeing you, Lord. Good seeing you all today. Hope they're enjoying story time with Resorty. It's a lot more reading than usual. I swear there will be a map for us to look at some point. But gosh, this is a fun game so far. It's pretty good. Also, as I play this game, I keep having this feeling of some dungeon master hiding behind the dungeon master curtain, writing down notes and saying, "Oh, as a child you once punched a fascist? That fascist is now coming to assassinate you. I remember all," this sort of thing. Yeah, there's so many choices in this game, right? In some games, there are only a few moments of really explicit choice. In this one, I feel like every single one might matter. I'm gonna do this privately, because I worry if I make a scene about Alfonso, it might convince some of the people to come with me, but it might instead embolden the people who believe in Alfonso, and perhaps we'll have infighting or even a civil war. I quietly asked him to step down. He listened to my advice. Alfonso conceded the leadership struggle, and the party eventually voted you in because of your indisputable influence. Following this, you announced to be running for president in the general election with Peter as our running mate. Oh boy, best friend as vice president. I think we might be from the same place. I think we might both be the same kind of people. We're educated at the same place. We're not gonna pull any of those swing states along. Gotta get someone from a different state. It's my turn! After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to enact democratic reforms or preserve the national values. I mean, why not both? Why not say, we've always believed in hard work. We've always believed in the willingness of people to come together, to help each other. You plow each other's driveways, you bring food to sick people. Those are our values. Why wouldn't we care about each of us as individuals and community together? But no, democracy works well. The people are tired of empty promises. We need fundamental change in our institutions and government. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us. Brothers and sisters, a new constitution and a new age is upon us. The broadcast is over. We are campaigning. On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. It's time to face the truth. Do they like me? Do they really like me? The prologue is completed. Chapter 1. We're the presidents. We survived. I suspect the game is that no matter what. I am deeply curious. I'm deeply curious what happens next. But that was a fun prologue for sure. I feel like I understand the story of the place much better than if it's just been thrown in. You are now in charge here. So what will we look like The confirmed style remains on the story, and you cannot change it later. Huh. We did it, that was the whole game? Mission accomplished. You have a pipe, a cigar, some glasses, some bigger glasses, some black glasses. His eyesight is going. That's good. That's good, I like that. Where is he this day? In the office, some gold, some green. Where's the people's flag? The people's flag appears. What's he wearing today? What's he wearing? Oh God. Swordland first, a tuxedo. He's looking pretty grand. This one has a little vest inside, a little white suit, a black suit. I like the maroon suit. I wish I had a maroon suit myself. How about his facial hair? Comrade, they call this one. A Stalin mustache. Monarchist. Is the monarchist like a goatee? I don't know why it's called monarchist by any means. Chief strategy, classy guy, idealist guy. Is this Trotsky's hair, I believe? Clean shaven, intellectual, gentleman, swordist, strategist, theorist. There are a lot of choices here, my goodness. I think we're gonna go clean shaven. There we go. And then our hair shall be what? I love that they call this balding. As though I don't know at what point someone becomes bald, but not sure. See, this is fully bald. Fully bald I do kind of like. Here's a hat. This probably doesn't matter at all. Like, not even a little bit. But, who do we want to be? There's one called the Gentleman I kind of liked. There you go. Do balding because I'm on the path myself. My uncles, my grandfather, I believe, all just thinned up here quite a bit. Like, big thinning on top, as opposed to losing it all. So, we'll see. Like I said, I don't really care all about being bald, but how dare you, pilot? How dare you? Bald has come. For me, for sure. There we go. 4th president. He looks like this guy. That's pretty good. Am I sure? Absolutely. All right. Election campaign promises. As Anton Rain, you've made consequential promises to the people of Swordland to gain their votes in the 1953 election. Consider these commitments carefully. Economic direction. After the recent market reforms and recession, the country finds itself stuck between two different economic systems with indecision and turbulence, causing the population to demand the direction. This choice feels unsubtle. Many of the other choices feel like you've made some decision that has like possible gray areas. This one is, do you ally with the USSR or do you ally with the Americans? And I don't like the simplicity here. You already know where we're going. We're trying to make this place great through the utility of the state as a font of justice, a font of equality, and so on. We don't believe in competition as the driver of all good things, so here we go. Diplomatic leaning. The global rivalries between capitals Arcasia in the north, Arcasia? In the west, sorry, the monarchy of Rumburg in the north, and the communist United Contana in the east are intensifying. Swordland has the potential to align with others or to lean towards neutrality. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, if you go neutral, are you aligning with the monarchies? I don't know. Which stupid superpower bullies me? That's exactly the question. I don't know. I don't know. Again, a little on the nose possibly to align east with the communists. But do I choose neutrality? What's that great line from Futurama about the neutral planet? These guys wearing absolute beige clothing. They're speaking a monotone voice about choosing neutrality in all things. Lean capitalist with planned economy. So confusing. That's bad. Oh, yeah, there you go. All I know is my heart says maybe. Alright, we're going with the East, obviously. In the last 5 years, Blutish, Vasic, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by the former president. As a result, the tensions are causing requests for a political solution. Toughen the immigration laws or retain the relaxed ones. The latter is the ideologically correct thing to do. That said, we gotta go with it. Okay. What did we say we'd focus on in this, our first term? We'll have to decide that, my friends, in about 3 minutes. Because it's time for the ad. Man, this game sucks me in. This game feels so darn good. I see that we're getting buttons on the right-hand side of the game. We're seeing also that up there on the left-hand side, there is a line that is going down. Growth goes down, not up. From having played Victoria 3, which I do want to play again very soon, we know the correct thing is line goes up. Gotta work on line goes up. We'll do that in just a moment after the quick little ad break, the quick little crossword puzzle, and I sure do wish that Suzerain would play music in the background. We'll put some piano music on instead. We'll see you in about 3 minutes after this, after a little break here. Thanks for being here, appreciate it. Hope you enjoy this kind of unusual game for us. I'm absolutely loving it. Also, for many of you, I know it's your Sunday evening. Thank you for choosing to spend part of your weekend with me. It's a really nice experience. A quick little ad break. Let's go ahead and do that now. And here we go. Plant used to make mezcal. Mezcal? I don't know how to say that. Agave. Muscular. A person is toned. The symbol of St. Louis. The St. Louis Arch. It's a gateway arch. It's this big, amazing structure that really is an arch. And you can take an elevator up into it, and it is pretty amazing. I can't tell that story, it gives away too much. Alright, act sulky, it's to mope. Penna blank vodka, Penna alla vodka, of course. A chain whose first theater was in Kansas City. Chain. I have absolutely no idea. Hey, who dat Skyrim? Thank you for the resubscription. I know you said that you were interested in this game especially, so thanks for being here. Thanks for the subscription. Thanks for helping me keep this thing going. A chain whose first theater was in Kansas City. So AMC is the only chain of 3 letters I know. And that appears to be correct, because Lonely Together is sung by Rita Ora. So AMC, cool. Lastly, a roof repair goo, that is tar. Back to the upper section here. I think we established yesterday, or last time we did this one, something is probably wrong in this corner. Pass gingerly. So I'm still stuck on, like, handing something to another person very carefully. Like, nestle, possibly? I think is to hold more gingerly. I don't know. Ladybugs prey. I guess ladybugs eat aphids. A hardwood option with warm tones. I guess red oak. Alternative to body butter. Instead of body butter, you too can use lotion. Vegetable person heads, that's broccoli, of course. Gives an edge. It is actually hones. What's the down here? Yiddish eat. Ees? ESS? That seems absolutely incorrect. We'll figure out in a little bit. Ice machines. Zambonis. What a strange name that is. Zamboni. I assume it's someone's family name. Probably the inventor. I've seen these in operation one time. They really are these large boxes on wheels that go around and smooth ice arenas. Zamboni's a brand name. Where did the brand come from? Mischief, I'd love to know. Where'd the brand name come from? We could probably look it up. Anyway, Zambonis for sure. Is this right? Wayne Wong film set in San Francisco's Chinatown. Chanism. Oh, Chan is missing. Seemed plausible. Good. Okay. So downs now. Blank back. So relaxed, laid back. I think the A might be wrong. Like laid back, I believe is right. Good. A pie option. Ah, pepperoni. So the kind of pie here is not dessert pie, but instead a food pie. Pepperoni. Cool. Some door-to-door trips. Uber rides, I guess. Consume eagerly is not eat up, but lap up instead. A fire starter for short. Fire starter for short. I have no idea. I'm going to finish real quick. There's only a few left. Miami Heat coach Spolstra. So I think it is Eric, but I'm still not sure on that. Ease by is to pass gingerly. So thinking of passing in one's hands is instead trying to move past someone or something without running into it. The part where Midwesterners say, "Oh, I'm just going to scooch by real quick." And lastly, is a pyre? A pyro. A person who starts fires as opposed to a tool that's used in starting fire. A pyro starts those. Mission accomplished. There you go. There's a crossword completed. I think it's last week's Tuesday, maybe. Yeah, last week's Tuesday. Good. We still have last week's Monday to deal with. We'll get to that in an hour or so. So thanks for being here. Let's get back to our military mission continuation. Not military. Presidential ambitions, rather. What did we promise that we would do when we were elected? Number one, education. The once praised public education system of the nation has suffered significant setbacks in the last decade. The lack of schools, high student to teacher ratios, low teacher salaries, or even a lack of classroom equipment in certain parts of the country cause massive divergences in public education system. So obviously my thought is good education isn't so much the backbone of people being able to live full lives, as well as being able to contribute to our nation. You have to understand what you're doing and how to do it and so on. It also helps with, like I said, equality, helps people throughout the nation all start in a similar enough place. You'll also recall that our character came from a very poor family and used the public education system to get to his current position. So education obviously appeals to me. That said, I'm guessing it'll be kind of expensive. Defense! The Swedish armed forces were the nation's most funded branch until the Alfonso government reduced the defense budget significantly. With the increase of saber-rattling threats looming in the north by Rumburg, and a growing presence of the superpowers in the region, the critical deterrence of the SAF, Swedish Armed Forces, matters more than ever. Law and enforcement. These all seem important in some way. It's one of those situations where you can't have it all, you gotta choose something. The recently culminating political tension between the different youth groups and socioeconomic pressures between multiple classes of society is increasing the issues of law and enforcement systems. Police need help keeping up with increased crime rates. Simultaneously, judges and courts deal with an enormous growing backlog of legal cases. Or health! Swordland's health system and healthcare quality have stagnated due to administrative inefficiencies, increased service demand, and an increasing divide in service quality between urban and rural hospitals. The average life expectancy has dropped significantly, with issues such as maternity deaths and disease outbreaks. That seems pretty bad. Alright, so the choice is education, defense, law and enforcement, or health. Of course, as a teacher, I immediately think that education is the solution for everything. If people are just well educated, we can then have a reduction in in criminality, because there's a correlation between level of education and willingness to engage in certain kinds of crime. That said, that also might just be because higher educated people are statistically from higher income families. Obviously, if we... This is a hard one. Obviously, if we don't have defense, it doesn't matter how smart and educated our people are. We might just get run over. And health matters, of course. Health matters a lot. But, we need to have doctors then. Where do we get doctors? From education! Education fixes most things over multiple generations. No, I agree. This might be a situation of like we're planting the seeds for the nation to do well in the long term. The armed forces launched a coup last time around when they were especially strong. So I worry they may launch a coup again. This is hard. This choice is, I think, the hardest I've had to make so far. I'm a teacher. We studied history. We're focused on education. Am I sure? Not really. 2 weeks have passed since we won the election. And now is what he should be sworn in as the 4th president of Swordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration and cheering my name. Anton Rain. Anton Rain. He'll give the fascist pain. Anton Rain. The die was cast. There my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood atop a famous hill of pride. I had no way of knowing what future awaited me there. Maroon Palace, I'm guessing, is the presidential estate. Hill of Pride, I do not know. Ah, they're now clickable. Okay. The Maroon Palace is where the executive branch of the Swordish government is situated, constructed to serve as the summer residence of Albrecht Renan. That's the first president of second. Oh boy. It quickly became a structure of political importance. The turning point was when the Kingdom of Swordland was announced from the balcony of the palace, reflecting the shift of government power from Erloy to Holsword, Erlory to Holsword. Holsword is the capital, during a transition period. The Maroon Palace received its name from the maroon painted exterior walls. It has 100 rooms and several wings housing different branches of the executive government. Underneath the structure is a highly secure situation room where the president is safe from danger and any security crisis. So it's our White House. The Hill of Pride was named during the declaration of the Kingdom of Swordland when thousands of countrymen started proudly singing the new anthem of Swordland. It is located at the center of Holsword, in between the most important government structures like the Maroon Palace, the Supreme Court, the Grand National Assembly, and the Ministry of the Interior. The Hill of Pride is inside the large Capitol Park, which gives Holswordians a chance to relax from city stress with free time activities in nature. The hill has great symbolic importance because the Declaration of the Kingdom and the Republic, which took place on top of it during the last century. And yeah, we can keep clicking through the Codex. There's a lot of things to look through. They'll help us eventually. From now, we are the president. I looked at my family. My son and daughter, Frank and Deanna, were next to Monica, my wife. Her eyes were glimmering with pride. I maybe didn't spend enough time with my family, but it was for this. It was for the nation. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in government. I saw my previous rival and former president, Ewald Alfonso, who gave me a slight nod. Parkin Sol, hero of the revolution, was also invited, but it's expected he didn't leave his island retreat. Who dat? So these little pictures now. As my thoughts slowly faded away, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice Supreme Court, was waiting for me. Oh boy, I continue. The time has come for the oath. I am ready. It is indeed, or let's start. So all these are agreement with, I guess, different levels of formality, maybe? I am ready seems appropriate here. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will keep going. I do solemnly swear I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Swordland, and to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, defend the people and the Constitutional Republic of Swordland. Now, I believe we said as part of our campaign promises that we would be trying to change the Constitution. So I don't know what it means to preserve the Constitution while changing the Constitution. The question, of course, is are we amending or are we going for a full rewrite? You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President. Woo! Woo! Thank you. It's an honor, or let's begin. I'll be polite to him. It is an honor. All right, how do we begin? Dear citizens of Swordland, brothers and sisters, or my fellow swords. I mean, we already know. Brothers and sisters. The crowd looked very eager to listen. The idea of unity, the current dire situation, or change and hope. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Si se puede. You, the people, have chosen. Together we're going to bring prosperity and reform to this nation. A time of hope, a time of change. If we stand together, we prevail. The issues that plague us or our capabilities. Solidarity forever. In the past, there have been times of survival, times of conflict and economic hardship too. Whenever we stood together, we prevailed. I promise you, we will stop the recession and eliminate poverty. Or, the future awaits us. It's time to turn our faces to the east. That's the Soviet Union equivalent. Or, we must rewrite our broken constitution. So I don't know in what way it's broken, but we must... Okay, 29. I believe that 29 was when the coup was stopped and the Republic was formed under authoritarian leadership. I believe... I wish I'd read the Constitution, honestly. I think we're writing the Constitution to avoid the possibility of an authoritarian presidency. It's time for a united and powerful Swordland. Change now, not in the next decade or years today. Our capacity as a nation has never been greater. Change. 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 Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt the responsibility, the power, the burden, all at the same time. I do wonder if it's possible to have the people go against you here. I doubt it, but I do wonder if what I've said is the right kind of demagoguery for the situation. At least the people are with me for the moment. I raise my fist, I wave, or I enjoy this moment. I don't know what raising my fist means in this context. I don't know the gesture culture of this place. I want to suggest that we, together, have power, and I've been given a moment to make this thing right, and then I return to my farm once more. We can wave sweetly, or just enjoy what's happening here. Joe Biden does this thing. Whenever he's waving to a crowd, he sees people he knows and points at them. I always find it delightful. You there, you there. It's delightful fun. I don't want to raise the fist in a way that suggests that we're doing this thing for ourselves. I don't want to suggest that it's the power of the state that will hold us together. I raise the fist. A huge burst of applause. I took a long look at the people of Swordland to burn this moment into my memory. It's about the people. One of the presidential guards came by to notify me it was time to leave. I made my way to the leading car in the motorcade. Politicians often don't know the people they're pointing at. It's a technique that politicians do. Really, Elias? At least in Biden's cases, I've heard him call out names at the same time. But yeah, maybe it's the case that it's just to make them seem like they're engaged with people. I honestly don't know. I've been bamboozled by propaganda once again. Our presidential state car is a jet black Kadia with flags of Swordland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Sergei Volkner, my driver and bodyguard. Hello, Mr. President. I still felt euphoric from the aftermath of the speech. Hearing my new title made me smile even more. If you allow me to introduce myself, I'm Sergei, your new driver. I can say nice to meet you, at ease, or it's a pleasure. So I want him to be familiar with me. I want to show him that I am one of the people also. But I worry if there's a certain laxity. If I say at ease, will he forget to be my bodyguard? Will he get distracted and I'll get shot? You can relax her. You can relax around me. As you wish, Mr. President. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the car door and gesturing inside. I entered the car. We'll be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Sergei proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly gestured out the window. Isn't it a beauty? The Maroon Palace. He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright that I had to look away. Ostentatious wealth. Every time I looked at this, I'm reminded of my duty to the nation. It's in good hands now. So do I. It's the beating heart of the nation. We all owe great debt to the men who led the country from here, or it's just a building. The last one is the correct choice for ideological reasons. But do I do a pure ideological playthrough? I don't want to be self-promotional, so I'm not going to say that I'm doing a great job. So do I, it's the beating heart of the nation. I like the reminder of it being the nation, but I also don't want to overstate what it's doing. We care about history, but no, the men who have led the country from here have been corrupt, have been authoritarians. It's just a building. I'm so rude. You are right, Mr. President. I don't know much about architecture, but for me, It's the most beautiful building in all of Horseward. The car drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance, and stopped in front of the doors. As one comment, the driver changes the course of history. Like I said earlier, I do feel like all of this is going to come back to haunt me. I guess I should ask this team, does this game have failure states? Like, is it possible to choose a path where a game over screen comes up? Or is it instead the story plays out no matter what? Like, obviously the story will end at some point, but is it just different paths to an ending? Or is there a just like strong game over? There are kind of ones like that. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Yes-ish. Yes-ish. I will try then. Sergey got out of the car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. I'm gonna West Coast. Huh. I'm gonna West Coast. I don't know. He referred to the famous swordish phrase in the times of revolution. I'm gonna West Coast, Vector and Sista, which meant morning will come, victory is close. Interesting. A goodbye, see you soon, or finish the phrase. We like the revolution. We don't like what the revolution led to, though. See you soon. I feel like I've done a rude thing. He offered his hand to shake and I pulled away. I made my way upstairs through the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. Receiving. Welcome to a different phase of the game. There are no more words, there's only the map. Okay, so number 1, Laren and Arvoy. Okay, it has become stare at maps with friends time. We have a map, we have a little pad of paper here. 7-1 of 1954. Sturtek President Bulb. No idea. Republic of Velkins down that way. Arcassian Treaty Organization. So we can see there are a lot of countries that are off the map. We can go there if we want to. So I guess these mean a message has come in for us. So in the West, from the Republic of Valen, People, Justice, Unity, here's what they're up to. They're part of the Alliance of Nations. They're a member of OMEC. Oh boy. Alright, a lot going on. So, I read a report. Congratulations from President Smolak, president of Wayland. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. So, as a streamer, I do not know what to do when faced with this. Because immediately I want to read all of this aloud. But it will definitely be story time with Resorty. That's crazy. I'm gonna attend to these when I need to do so. For the moment, I'm gonna try to stay here. Read it the game as a story, so it definitely is. But I can't go into depth on everything right now, because I believe we're about to make a tour of the world and thank everybody for, or everyone thanks us for or congratulates us for our victory. And they send thank you letter follow-ups. There's a lot here. We'll look at them as we need them. For now, though, he wants a cooperative future between the two nations and has a desire to normalize diplomacy between the two. Prime Minister von Horten. Von Horten, there he is. Congratulated us on our election and praised our party's stance on just and transparent elections. He signaled his wishes to continue the trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to earlier trade deals, which he believes gave Swordland unfair advantages. Okay, so this is Agnolia, which I believe is the capitalist nation. Thank you. Thank you much. Next up. The ATO advocates for global human rights amid tensions. In response to growing global tensions, the Arcasian Treaty Organization, alliance of 14 countries led by Arcasia, United Economic and Defense Framework against the CSP, Continental Security Pact, communists. It's issued an expansive report examining the state of human rights worldwide amid intensifying nuclear developments and efforts to counteract the expanding influence of the Continental Security Path. The ATO's commitment to championing human rights remains unwavering. So they like human rights. I like human rights also. It's good. Okay, the report identifies regions worldwide where human rights are endangered. They're in Eastern Maricopa, Western Rica, and Southern Contana. Here comes the proxy war. Okay. 1 second. Okay, I want to deal with letters outside of my nation first. So my nation is, this is the city. This map, I believe, is the nation. I'm gonna deal with the ones off the map first and then come back. The Democratic Republic of Volskland. Through broken shackles, their phrase. Read the report from Hegel. Chancellor Hegel sent congratulations on the great victory and wished for close cooperation between the country of the future. He signaled concessions from Volskland in case of a promising trade deal. He also congratulated my democracy for successful elections and warned of the threat Arcasia's growing influence poses for Eastern Maricopa. So Arcasia claimed that Maricopa had bad records on human rights. It's maybe a democracy war coming. So Volksland is a socialist republic situated on an island, and he wants to give me concessions. Okay. Volksland, concessions. Who else is on this map? Down here? Okay, last one I believe, from Lesbia. Many other people did not write me nice little letters, but Lesbia also says, congratulations. Suzerain hopes to have a beneficial partnership deal in the future. He sent his best wishes to the Swordish and warned us about the threats of the encroaching Malinievist influence of United Contana from the east, emphasizing the importance of unity in the continent Maricopa. So Contana did not send me a nice little message, though I thought it's the case that I leaned in their direction. It's led by Chairman Leon Melinev Chavatanga Wunua. Hello, sir. The political theorist. Look forward to talking to him soon. Alright, 7 pieces of news. So you can read 7 different newspapers? Number 1, the Whole Sword Post. Campaign bill of fair representation in the Assembly. The long-stalled campaign bill has once again taken center stage in the Grand National Assembly. The bill first proposed by the Afonso presidency has been put on hold due to the 53 election, but now has been resurrected. It proposes a proportional allocation of public funds, more accurately reflecting a party's influence within the legislative body. So not all the money goes to me. Cool. I spoke of change and hope when being sworn in. Alright, he quotes me effectively, that's good. Now the Radical Press. Another USP president? How many times will people fall for the same trap? We've seen it before with Colonel Soul, who supposedly saved the country and brought stability in time of chaos. His stability, though, meant oppression. Any opposing voice was silenced and many persecuted. Next was Alfonso, who was elected as liberal reformer to bring change. Seeing his unfortunate inability, his own cabinet resigned. As the third USP candidate for president, it's high time to realize that real change does not come from their party, the Radicals. The Lockenden Times talked about the Assembly's duty. It shows the percentages of each party. We have 37, 20 from People's Freedom and Justice. The right wing is 11%. The Communists and Workers are 10. Just below 10%, so they're not part of the government right now. And there's more. Okay, good. The Economists. Wall Street Journal says they don't want the government's central planning. They want balance and growth. They want new infrastructure. And lastly, Swordland Today writes about me. All right, team, we've read all the newspapers for now. Okay, we begin looking at the messages we gotten. So in the Anglian region of me, there's a mayor of my party, lots of poverty, and no health care. They have a question for me, it looks like. The report calls attention to an alarmingly low level of productivity growth in the region of England, where I need a vowel there. Where there are also high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty. All right, friends, I give you parts of Oklahoma, parts of lots of the U.S. So bad food, malnutrition, and poverty. I suspect that when I try to start schools there, it's going to lead to we can't eat these books. That's no good. So up here, starvation happening. Over here in Lockhaven, what's up? Lockhaven is the Gateway. The Gateway, they call it. Often named the Gateway as one of the largest trade ports and hubs of commerce. The symbolic status has been solidified due to decades of constant vibrance in economic, cultural, and diplomatic activity. So they're doing pretty well. They're industrial. They're run by the second largest party in the nation. Okay, they have a question for me. The latest marine traffic reports show that the port of Lockhaven is no longer the busiest of this continent, falling behind to third position. It's a negative indicator for our administration. I haven't done a thing. Lockhaven still has the potential to shine again as a major trading center. The port of Lockhaven is the largest port of Swordland and holds enormous importance for the economy, particularly as the main distribution center linking the capital and inner parts of Swordland and the rest of the world. This major port city will hopefully keep supporting a possible economic upturn in this entire country if investment projects succeed. Alright, we then have something in the capital. There are a lot of cities here. I'm guessing the smaller ones are like villages, and the bigger ones cities. We can see that as an industrial city maybe. This is probably the local capital maybe. I have no idea. What I know is I've got a little quest indicator there. How many tigers do you want me to go kill? This is the capital. Industrial center. The government here is of my party. There are currently logistical issues. The mayor is struggling to overcome significant logistical problems of my city. We see our ethnicity is primarily Swordish. Our religion is primarily Dasnurity. Dasnurity. I don't know what that means, but we'll deal with religion eventually. Alright, what is my current political situation? Peter Vecturn, our best friend and vice president, arrived a couple minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton! We won! Finally! All those years with our noses to the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm. Today he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Before meeting, "Enjoy the new secretary I picked out for you. Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes." He gestured to the slight paunch that protruded over his waistband. Comfortably in middle age. "But hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we'd be sitting here in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory." "Alright, so let's celebrate then. I got my hands on something special for us. An Elroy Maroon 30-year-old. So wine or scotch or something. We'll celebrate the inaugural ball, just hang out till evening, or it's not time to celebrate, we have work to do." I mean, the third one is in line with our RP so far. I worry we're going to alienate our vice president, but given that he is objectifying the women, it feels to me like perhaps he is not in line with our ideology despite his friendship. We have work to do. Yes, I agree. We got things to do today. We can let loose at the ball. Let's move on with the meeting. We'll be talking about our political strategy for this term. Lucia and I had a meeting with the party and the reformists. We mostly see eye to eye, but I want to know what you think. I hope things are good. Let's get this over with when Lucian arrives, or let's see if I see eye to eye. Let's see if I see eye to eye. I love that sentence so much. The seeing repeated, the I repeated, and the use of the personal pronoun that sounds like the part of the body. Let's see if I see eye to eye. Obviously. How clever am I? The door swung open and Lucian Galade, my chief strategist, walked in. He was a compact man with sharp, bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. He's the chief strategist, compact, sharp, bird-like features. Gentlemen, the tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you're exactly on time. Hello, Peter. Lucian then turned towards me. He very slightly bowed his head. I could say glad to see you. How are you? Or let's not waste any time. Proceed with the overview. It's nice to see you. We're polite finally. It's a privilege to be here, sir. Lucian spoke in soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention toward what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. Let's start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of Swordfish people demand change. They are more concerned about the economy than the Constitution, but they blame the system for their problems. People are losing the trust in democracy. Why do you think radicals like Bernard Kirkos are becoming more popular? Everyone's expecting us to bring the change the last government did not. Bernard Kirkos is a Swordfish poet, novelist, short story writer, and communist politician. He's acclaimed for his lyrical flow, and with regard to be the leader of the Swordfish avant-garde. Lyrical flow, he's gonna make the next election into a rap battle, and we're gonna get destroyed. Rapping against Bernard, it ain't hard. His name is Circus, he's a clown. Boom! Roasted! He's a romantic communist, apparently. A lot good on there. Fine for now. Franz Richter, leader of the reformists, believes that true change can only be accomplished by transferring some power to the assembly. I'll move into details of their demands shortly. Okay, we could say, I agree with reformists. Our responsibility is to democratize. I could say we need to listen to the people. Or if we lose power, we can't execute the changes we need to make for the good of the country. So that last one there, about holding on to power to force change, is appealing, but we're gonna agree that with Dewey, that the ends and the means need to match up. So we're aiming for democracy. We are going to use democratic means to get there. So I'm curious what the middle one actually means. I want to listen to the people, but isn't that kind of democratic already? Yeah, I'm not sure the distinction between 1 and 2, and that bothers me. But, well, we're trying to democratize. That's exactly what we campaign for, a true change that moves the country forward. We'll need many allies against the old guard in government. In the plural lexicon of Swordland, the old guard is a term used to denote a purported group of influential individuals in the government. The nature and influence of the group are subject to considerable debate and suspicion. It's the deep state. Oh, good God. We gotta get this thing over before American Election Day. One of the viewers and I had a conversation last week, I think, in which I said after American Election Day, I promised I'd play some cozy game that isn't our standard let's be political and launch wars and so on. But gotta get through this one in a hurry. Anyway, a concern about a deep state. Anyway, Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of Assembly to give us support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. Richter is the leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party. Got it. So their party is also trying to have a new constitution. The middle one may have been populist. First one's parliamentary. Blank start I see now. I understand. Should have been populist. Want to be populist. While the reformist wing inside our party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the assembly, especially under friends Richter. Oh no, oh no. We are indeed siding with possible liberals. The USP reforms aren't wrong to mean we need change, but we should be in charge. Richter could be a potential ally if the goal is to maintain a majority in the assembly, or the party must fall in line with our position. We can't have a strong divide. Of the many things I am not, a politician is one. So, we do like change, but we should be leading the change. If I insist on that, though, I'm guessing it's the possibility the assembly will fall apart. Or we just insist that our party needs to unite in doing our reforms. Yeah, of course. I wonder how long ago the last save was. I'm considering using my second save scum. I gave myself 3. I've used 1 already. I might use my save scum to choose let's be populous. Drek, I agree. Yeah, on some of these choices, it's just not clear what's going on. Man, maybe it's 3 per day. Hopefully it's not too far back. Oh boy, time to speedrun this section. Cool. It's very, very close to what we were doing a moment ago. We go here, politics. I read some stuff. Thank you for the new secretary. Okay. No celebration, time for work. Let's see if we I, etc. The game is filled with major choice where you're given 3 vague options. Keeper does seem that way. Now, at some point, I'm going to have to accept the choices I've made. While I'm guessing it's very hard to write a game like this one. Because on the one hand, you want the player to feel like the choice they've made is carried out by the dialogue. On the other hand, you don't want to have a giant paragraph saying what the implications are of a choice, or else people will go metagamey. And I don't want to metagame this thing. I just want my choices to be what I intend them to be. But it must be very, very hard to find the right balance between these things. I don't know. We said hello to him. He said glad to see me also. It's fine. Okay, here we go. We listen to people. I've made the choice I need to make. All right, second save scum completed. So Veteran says that's exactly campaigned for. True change will move the country forward. We need many allies against the old garden government. It's possible his choice does absolutely nothing, incidentally. So it's possible I burned. It's possible I burned one of my saves comes on a false choice. Mr. Richter, it's the exact same thing. Reformists are increasing in number. They might want tripartite unity under Richter. What shall we do? No. Well, maybe behind the scenes my choice mattered a little bit. I got no idea. Anyway, we should be in charge. Richter's a good ally, or the party must fall in line internally. Yeah, we're gonna say we're gonna try to unify our party. Okay, now new stuff. True, if our party fractures, it's the opposition that will benefit. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto powers, ensure the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. I mean, I'm not sure about that. No veto power feels rough. Do we become like ceremonial head of state? I don't know. We'll see what they want. I support the reformists. We need a proper balance of power, or we listen to their demands, otherwise we're no different administrations, or I don't care what they want. We will listen to them at least. I agree. We can't ignore the winds of change after all. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Hawker and his allied judges have great influence in the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. So we were kind to the Chief Justice when we had an opportunity to do so. We took him quite seriously. I do wonder if I need to look through all this to understand, like, what should I try to do? So for example, we know he was elected in 1937. Should we say, man, 1937 was a good year? I have no idea. I love it. Maybe learn more about Richter. So he's the leader of the second largest party. He's also shareholder of a construction company. He's gonna try to liberalize the economy. He likes human rights. Gosh, we do too. He opposed the first president who was a dictator. A lot going on there. Okay. The court has the final say on constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we can't even change it. Alright, so far we've only had one chance to interact with the court. I'm guessing we'll have more in the future, but we'll see. We need a comprehensive bill to balance power structure more fairly. We must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or another, or rather not go against them. So balance of power feels easiest here? I guess no. I guess hiding from the court seems easiest. This, though, is the neutral position of saying, let's make sure the Supreme Court is independent, they like that, etc. But they can no longer vote on the amendments. So we're asking them to give up some of their power, but also ensuring their independence. Or we break the power either way. This is the harder, I think, but we must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or another. I agree. They have too much power over Swedish politics. We need to take away their vote in constitutional legislation. It's absurd they get to vote for bills when they aren't even elected. Looks like we have challenges ahead. We can't allow obstructions to exist. Is that getting the camps going? We can't allow obstructions to exist, or we can't underestimate. This is challenging. We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of 250 seats in the assembly. We got the power. That's a very small majority. Very, very small. However, to reform the Constitution, we must receive 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court that equates to 6 votes. So unfortunately, the Left Party received less than 10% of the vote, and so has no representation in the council or the assembly. So I can't go for their votes at all. The capitalist party and the fascists, I don't want to deal with. So we have to find a way to peel off the neutral party. Sounds plausible. All right, Supreme Court, I have no idea how that works. So there's 11? Yeah, 11 Supreme Court members. I haven't appointed any of them. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to do so in our term here. As we settle on how to proceed, we need to talk with the party figures. Our first goal is to get 150 signatures to start the process. So 130, we need 20 people to start it, and then 16 more beyond that. Following the green light from the USP, we'll reach out to the other party leaders to see if they'd back our draft. The last step is to convince the justices of the court. Okay, this is only our internal issues. This is only our internal political issues. The entire process takes a long time. We must start working with a reform committee to evaluate possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. We write a more democratic constitution. The new constitution should give the president wide-ranging power to lead Sweden in the future, or we can work with the old guard to protect our existing extensive power. So I don't want the third one, of course. I mean, I want number one. I'm just concerned that reformism isn't going to come with a kind of liberal economics that's going to ally us immediately with America and possibly lead to outcomes we don't desire of inequality and such. I want their votes. I want their story. I want their voting structure. I just need to make sure that people go with me, not with them, once a vote happens. We'll see. That's what we're preparing for internally. Don't forget the promise is what got us elected. The key thing here is to strengthen the power of the assembly, which we already lead with a majority. Peter nodded in agreement. Yes, the divisions of power need to be rebalanced for a better Swordland. According to the initial draft we made with the reformists, there are 2 changes in the Constitution that are not open for discussion. Lucian opened his dossier. First, the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. We agree. Second, the president's absolute veto will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing some loopholes. Less on board, but I'll accept this to get the general vote going. Okay, I have no problems with the clauses. Let's work with the reformists, or no, this is not happening. I rather not include either of these. You know what? I will accept those 2 with slight reservation. I do kind of want the president as the backstop to stop the assembly from getting out of control, but that's fine. Look at us making changes in our beliefs already. Yes, sir. Lucian nodded. We'll form a reform committee together with all parties and start reaching out to all the stakeholders in the assembly and the court for a new constitution. By later in the year, we should have an idea of the reform contents and what the other party wants. Lucian took notes. Another important point, we must be aware of the Lotharberg Group. The oligarchs convene under this organization to influence economic policies. Conrad led it for a long time before falling ill. The new leader is Mr. Walter Tusk. Those of you who've seen the American House of Cards with you know who in the main role, wasn't Tusk the name of the very wealthy businessman who tried to be kingmaker in the same way? I think Tusk was the name of this similar character in that also. Have I read Joseph Conrad's Nostromo? Did you look at Latin American politics? No, I haven't read nearly enough about Latin American politics. I have read that one book by that one priest about liberation theology and its application in Latin America. So I understand like the general political outlook, and especially the role of the Catholic Church down there. I've mentioned years ago that one of my professors used to be a Jesuit priest, and he was supportive of the left government that was being challenged by the US CIA and so on. And so he, how do I say this politely? He would sneak important left communiques out of the country because he knew that the fascist government, the nationalist government, wouldn't search a priest. And so he would carry it under his clothes while he would leave the country. And now he's a professor, and that sure is something. Anyway, we gotta learn about the capitalists and the oligarchs next. That, though, will happen in just 3 minutes. Time for a little break. It's already 12 o'clock my time. We got 2 hours of stream to go. I thank you for being here. This is definitely a different kind of game than usual. There is a map happening, but it's very much a visual novel. And I guess I wonder, like, should we do more visual novels? I don't know. It's definitely different than normal stream. But I think visual novels might be the path to dating sims. I'm not sure. Oh gosh, the music stops again. Let's enjoy the music. There's DLC also. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, anyway, 3 minutes. See you in 3 minutes with more of the same game. It's been a good time. It's been a very good time. Ad break real quick. Alright. Here we go. Headwear in You Drop This King meme. It's obviously a crown. A Duck Hunt platform for short. You know Duck Hunt. It's the NES. Take as one's own. Adopt, possibly. Peppery green. What's it called? Charred. There we go. Short in a way. Short, it could be terse, possibly. Does that work down here? Way to go for short is a root, so terse probably works. We'll see. All right, to the downs. Voice, so to speak. So voice could be to express something. Voice could be one's range, musically speaking. Voice, of course, could just be, one's speaking parts. I have no idea on PI here. Something might be wrong, of course. G's didn't realize the sore subject. Yeah, sorry I asked. Seems good. Francs? I know what it is. Francs is Swiss cheese. And the reason why is the Swiss in Switzerland use francs as money, and a word for money is cheese. Swiss cheese for francs. That's very clever. Addition at a cash register. You had tax then. Comma in an analogy. I'm used to analogies being presented with colons. It might be an is to. Oh, it is colon. I apologize. It's colon, comma, in an analogy. So it is blank is to blank as blank is to blank. Good. Oh, now I see, maybe? We'll see. With 44 down, yuan. Okay, so it seems the downs here are all going to be jokes about money. So the yuan is Chinese. Chinese what? I need a word for money, I assume. Is cabbage used? Is cabbage used as a word for money? C-A-B-B-A-G-E. It might be, we'll see. YouTube interview show in which Shaq said, I feel like Snotty Pippin. Snotty Pippin. Hot Ones, which is the show on which celebrities have hot wings, with a very smart interviewer who has really, really good questions. And then he, the guests often just get so disgusting because their bodies aren't used to having such hot food. The highest, the apotheosis of this show is Conan O'Brien, in which he leans really hard into a shtick, in which he is just covered with disgusting bodily fluids from his hot wing eating, and he pours milk all over himself, and it is something. Update request. I assume it's an answer. No, it's not how it's spelled there. Update request. I'm not sure. We'll get back to that a little bit later. Ad break done. Good. Conan O'Brien. One of my favorite comedians, I suppose. Alright, so we are learning about the factions in our territory. We're learning what's going on as we set out our goals for our presidency. So one concern is the Lotharberg Group, a private non-government organization, an NGO, which assesses economic conditions assorted in the globe. It's run by Walter Tusk. The group convenes every 3 months at the Hotel Berg in the village of Lothar. I'm trying to remember the real world equivalent to this group. There's a real world equivalent that sounds similar too. I forgot what it is. Anyway, Walter Tusk runs these things. He's a millionaire businessman, investor. He owns the Economist Group, which publishes a paper, and a major shareholder of Bergia Steel, which I suspect I will be nationalizing at some point. Anyway, Mr. Tusk runs the Oligarchs Group. According to reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pockets. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for special economic protections. Okay, I want to work with them. We're open to businessmen. I won't be bought. It won't happen. I'll enter a dialogue with them eventually. We need to be diplomatic, or we won't let the privileged, greedy, snobby capitalists run the country. The Bilderbergs. Marks, thank you. Bilderberg is the name I was trying to remember. Thank you for that. I mean, we're talking among friends here. No capitals allowed. Let's not underestimate their influence. These are not harmless people either. They're gonna fund a coup. Lucian looked at Peter. As far as I know, Marcel Caronti has some strong ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. Marcel Caronti is a businessman, philanthropist, entrepreneur, who's the son of media proprietor Conrad Caronti. He operates an advertising company. He's a board member of the HOS. It's a conglomerate operating in all of the industries. He's a chairman of luxury hotel groups. Well, okay. So he's our nearest ally there. Got it. Heard me say ads are a good reminder to renew your Prime subscription? Absolutely. I appreciate you keep that subscription going. And yeah, I know some streamers will say just before their ad breaks, push your Prime button. I thank you for doing so. Okay. So we could say we're aware of Karanti's network. It could help. The group's influence is an important force, one we should use to administrative advantage. So side with the oligarchs. The group is dependent on our policies. They can't move a finger without us or try to get Tusk on board. Number 3, we are in charge here. Don't you forget it. Speaking of which, I forgot to turn the piano music off. Outrageous. All right. I wouldn't be so optimistic. The capital they represent could do a lot of damage if it was diverted. Friends, it sounds like my advisors are encouraging me to be a little softer on the oligarchs than I would like to be. Do we call them traitors of the revolution? Do we remind them of our ideology? Or do we recognize that we do not live in theory land and we need to be a little bit more careful, of what we're doing here? Why can't we live in theory land? It is surely the best of all possible lands. I don't know. I don't know. We're not a moderate, but maybe Vectron, our best friend, is right here. We'll see. We need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players to survive our term. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. The military and the general staff are a powerful element of the state, and as history tells us, a dangerous one too. We do have some room to make structural changes by reducing their budget, for example, but it's quite limited. Alright, so the military might coup us. I could say, I want to talk to the military before making up my mind. I don't want to die in a prison like the fellow who was couped did. Oh gosh, I almost pushed that. With the Rumberg threat on the horizon, we can't reduce our defense capability and anger the general staff, or the military is nothing but a burden on society. We should do something drastic like cutting funding. No, I agree with the third one here. We need to keep our defense. I do kind of want to talk to them, but I expect what the military will say is we need more money for weapons, we need more money for very expensive screwdrivers, and all the rest. Okay. I would advise the same. The budget should be maintained and we should refrain from confronting them too directly. Defense Master Josef Lanxia is more loyal to us compared to General Kruger, a fact that can obviously change with actions. Either way, I see a potential rift between the two, since they're clearly of different minds. The Defense Minister Lanxia... I'm sorry. I saw that and immediately thought, hog. Hog in a suit. Oh, it's very rude of me. I'm sure he's a beautiful man. Is he egg? Is he egg? He might be egg, not hog. Hi, he's been a member of our party since 1929. He's also been an Inspector General of the Army, serving directly under Chief of Staff. He was a captain. He did well in the Civil War. He's a popular figure who's respected among the nationalists. Alright, he wants reformation to a professional army instead of conscription. He was opposed to the last president. Kruger here looks terrified. He's a 4-star general, chief of the Swordish General Staff. Part of the Imperial Army, he supported the coup, but then turned against him after mass executions. So I suspect that he was part of the coup for let's protect the spirit of the nation from whatever happened back then. I think the coup was against a coup was against the kingdom to make a republic, but the republic became authoritarian. Got it. Anyway, he is very important, but he might be conservative with respect to what we're doing here. Have I played the game Democracy? I have not. Don't know what kind of game it is at all. If we act strongly against the military, both of these guys will unite against us. I agree with Lucian. We need to tread carefully here. Lucian looked at his watch. Well then, gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting is about media strategy. Talk to you soon, sir. I'll keep in touch. See you both in the next meeting. Lucian and Peter bid their farewells and left. A mysterious amount of smoke was rising far away on the horizon. Okay, so having done something, our policies have updated. Okay, we're getting a lot of information at once. So, we're trying to go and get the Constitution amended. We need 150 people on board for that. We have potentially 130. Hey, Vera. Article 99 of the Constitution defines a member of honor title. Okay. The justices are not held responsible for their actions from the exercise of their duties. What does it mean for an action to be part of someone's duties? There are no limits on the number of terms the president can have. And have 10% of the vote to get yourself in the Congress. There's a lot going on here. All right. The Reform Committee has been convened to engage in discussion on revision of our Constitution. Cool. Why is the Brutish Freedom Party banned? Former President Tarquin Sol declared the Brutish Freedom Party, or BFP, to be an illegal criminal organization due to secessionist activity. Any member of the party is arrested without trial. So why do they want secession? Curious. There are situations here. Court backlog. Women have limited rights. The Brutish people want to break off. The rival between the Supreme Court and administrative justice. We have some, but not many, human rights. Luckily, we have freedom of the press. All right. I might enjoy the game Democracy 4. Cool, Black Prince. Thank you for that. I'll go and pull it up real quick while we're in the middle of not exactly reading too much. So, Steam Store, Democracy 4. There it is. Hello, Democracy 4. Take the role of president, prime minister, govern the country, and both transform the country while trying to retain popularity to get re-elected. I mean, yeah, seems similar enough so far, but... Good. Lines go up. Obviously a lot to see here. We'll look into it. The game came out, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Fascinating. We'll check out at some point. I don't know. I don't know. Oh man, have we moved from map games to political spreadsheet games? Possibly. What's in the military? What's in the economy? What's in welfare? What's in order? What's in diplomacy? So, I have no direct way of changing these right now, but maybe at some point. We have connections also. So these are people that we know or are close to us. The codex is all of the information in the whole darn game if I need it. A journal. This is what I've done in my first turn. How many turns are there? Who knows? There are turns though, like a board game. We can take notes here. Have other reports. Take notes. Of course, I immediately want to write a story. I want to talk about how hard it's been to get elected and the sacrifice we made, skipping our children's baseball games in order to work in the office instead. Okay, messages, all internal. We'll start over here. Lyran in the Gruni region. The Nature Preservation Foundation in Lyran has organized a march promoting ecological practices and nature preservation. The event witnessed significant participation, demonstrating the local community's commitment to environmental issues. This peaceful demonstration has successfully raised awareness about Lyran's unique biodiversity and environmental challenges. Hilly and shrubby, there's solitude. The city is famous for a variety of healing herbs. Okay, I don't see anything here about the current issue of environmentalism, other than that the mayor is currently wasting funds on fancy cars and bodyguards, and so he's not helping with the people's needs. Need a new mayor, apparently. Very well. Next up. So we're getting, like, information here as opposed to getting anything we can do right now. The Swedish Grids Corporation's field research team has announced a new gas field in Narbil. The discoveries could enhance the city's energy supply and play a significant role in broader energy landscape here. Preliminary analysis of the yield and quality of fields is underway. The corporation will soon release a comprehensive report outlining extraction feasibility. The economic implications of these findings, particularly regarding growth and job creation, are noteworthy. I wish to seize the gas fields. I mean, use them for our people. Dare is our hometown. So what's going on there? The region of Bergia is among the worst hit regions Swordland, where homelessness has skyrocketed since the economic recession. The number of homeless in the city of Dare is more likely to have increased by 25% in the last year. It of course depends on how many people they started with. If there are 4 people who are homeless, you get 20% increase. There are 5. Statistics are the devil's work. The rise was particularly stark among the Blutish people, where homelessness increased by 72% in just 6 years. It's reported that homelessness among ethnic minorities has reached the highest level in a decade. The Blutish minority of the region now account for almost 50% of all homeless people there. Oh boy. Oh boy. So just in this city there are 4 million people, of whom 40% are Blutish. You can do the math if you want to, etc. Well, that's very sad. Alright, back to the capital. Also 8 new newspapers. We can read about logistical issues, or tourism, or a new briefing. We can see the news right away. A committee for reforms? What? A fire strikes a university archive. Is it arson? What's going on? We lost a lot of important works. The Economist says the prior president abandoned an exclusive conclave, so the president is no longer part of the oligarchs group. Disillusionment, he says. Okay. Interesting. The Lockfin Times say a National League starts the season. This is baseball or football or something. Sports, who cares? Assembly is growing for a campaign finance bill. Again, in which money goes to the party who has the largest amount of votes. I think I'd prefer to have a more not proportionate, equal, I guess, campaign finance. So everyone gets an equal amount of money to try to figure out who's going to win what. It is football clubs. All right, something we care a little bit. I want to read up the football clubs. The Redactle paper, the Azam incident. A bloody process of 1933, a foundational moment of the Blutish people wanting to break off. Looks pretty terrible. Shooting village elders. Protests in Bergia, again where we're from. Whew! As per an anonymous former Black Battalion source, the incident was not an act of foreign aggression, but a government conspiracy to gain influence. The Old Guard revealed startling information on involvement of high-ranking government officials, some which are still in powerful positions. Is this propaganda or truth? I don't know. And then what's happening in geopolitical? Rumburg, this is a monarchy, I believe. Yes. Maybe coming south, attacking me. They also earlier annexed Dome. Rizia disputes or refutes Paulus's retort in a gas field dispute. It's not my gas field, so I'm gonna ignore it. Alright, news dealt with. Let's read the report. The National Assembly is making the Cultural Preservation Act. Enhances tourism appeal of certain cities. I don't know why those ones, but those ones at least. Next up, we have a police report on the fire. Initial report is that it's a complete destruction of employee records from now until today, 1890 till today, along with copies of internationally recognized academic research. So there's nothing about intentionality here, just a horrible thing that everything burned down. All right, time for another briefing. Time for more reading. Time for more characters. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Time for a sip of coffee. We gotta make sure I don't burn up my throat. I got a lecture today, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. The lecture's only gonna be a little bit. Students are doing plenty of work on their own today, but we'll see what happens. Simon Hole, Gus Manger, and Lilius Groff were about to arrive at the White Room for our scheduled economy meeting. This was the room in the Maroon Palace where all important meetings were held. Two assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. From the hallway, I heard Lilius Groff's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. So Minister of the Interior, Minister of Rural Development, and Minister of the Economy. Gus, do you really think that such an economically advanced area is more in need of investments than England? Lilius, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of color a bright yellow Dasternis cross on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. So, Dasternism is the word for Christianity, I believe. Don't be an idiot, Lilius. Wait, no, this is a rural development. Ding ding. Don't be an idiot, Lilius. What about the unemployment crisis the greater Holsworth and Gippsland regions are going through? These areas are economic heartland. Gus curled his hands into fists. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration, but neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any other. Simon Hole quickly stepped between the two ministers without looking at either of them. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone, or what are you debating about? Right to business. What are we debating about? Just a disagreement in internal economic strategy, President Rain. Not sure I'd call it a disagreement, Lilius. Let's begin. Can you explain or could you enlighten me? So, I'll ask Lilius what's going on. Trying to empower women. You tell me the story first. Lilius can explain the situation. Mr. Monger proposes we should invest in already developed regions. Meanwhile, many cities like England, Lukurg, Arvory still don't have basic commodities delivered in time. Gus, what do you think? Sure, some very good construction companies willing to take government contracts in Greater Holsworth and Gippsland. This would boost the rural economy. I think it would be wise to pick investments that'll go through these regions. Holsworth is in the north. I don't know where it is. Alright, includes the bustling capital already. Robust but old, evident in the diverse industrial landscape. So this seems to be, let's boost the economy of the capital, and the rural economy will benefit too. Okay. Lilius, what do you think? Of course, the argument is simple. Ogdenland is our weakest region, both in terms of economic and social support. We should support the city of Arvory and its respected mayor. How impartial can you really be? Simon is observing the argument. What are your thoughts? I have to say I agree with both of them. England is in need of investment and we can improve the capital. I want to avoid this topic now since we'll talk about it in the future. I'd rather first fully brief you on our current economic situation. So obviously I want to invest in the place that's struggling the most. Simon pulls a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wiped his glasses. My staff and I comprehensively analyzed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from an assistant by the door, both of whom were now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. Oh, you can put that there. He pointed below the painting of President Soul. Why is that still up? He's an autocrat. The assistants placed the projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. Leave now. I mean, thank you, and please leave now. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had a way with people, but his facility with numbers made him the most sought-after economic specialist in Swordland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. I wait for him to do it or I yawn at him. Of course I'm going to wait for him to do it. Good guy resorty. Lilius leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station construction in Estord? It's an oil-rich city inside of Swordland. It was a silver mining town. Fortunes ran dry. The current situation, though, is bleak. There are blackouts, public services are barely keeping up, and organized crime has taken over. So yes, what happened with the police station? While going through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. It got stalled due to a government property boundary issue. I've been meaning to look into it. I can take a look at that one, Lilius says. Estor needs all the security help it can get. Sure, more time for me to spend on analyses. His eyes glittered when he finally found the slides he were looking for. There have been some developments about the Swordish Ren losing value today. We've been trying to stabilize it with a central bank. Ren is our currency. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for the administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? What's our GDP? What's our unemployment? What's the status of the recession? We'll start with how are the people doing? What's unemployment? Unemployment has skyrocketed and is now at a staggering 16%. Inflation is at a relative high of 10%. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. Inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. Okay, next up, what's our GDP and our debt? Our current GDP is 310 billion Swordish Ren, and the national debt is 427 billion. I do wonder how this game models national debt. Is it a driver of economic growth, or is it instead an absolute burden? May we say money is made up as long as we have undeployed labor possibilities? Can we get some modern monetary theory in this one? Possibly. We screwed up. I've done nothing yet, though. I've done absolutely nothing in this playthrough. I'm just inheriting these problems. They're not my doing. I must pass the buck for a moment here. It's still hard to fathom we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth. These past 3 years are tough. What is the status of the recession? The economy has been in a recession about 6% in the past year. The average GDP has dropped from SR 15454 per capita to SR 10,359 from 1951 to now. Less GDP. How about the Human Development Index? This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we can reach GDP growth, the better. Alright, allegedly I have all the information I need. What's our strategy? Simon scattered the paper stack in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at his notes before clearing his throat. As you see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso and key foreign direct investment left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize the crisis. I want to nationalize things. I'll pay fair value, but I want to nationalize things. The primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we take in our term. A Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s, and Alfonso's privatization began near the end of the 40s. What will our administration focus on? Well, apparently Alfonso led to growth, but I already said we're nationalizing. We will take care of our own concerns, thank you. The international capitalist oligarchs are sucking our land's wealth dry, not giving us the value of our work. They instead take our resources and our bodily health for their own wealth. Okay, we can do this. One of our main... who's this? The economist again. One of our main promises is to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I still don't think this is a good idea. Now, we shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It's the reason of the recession. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. See, that's what we believe. But are we going to get cut off from world markets? Are we going to be unable to export? That is to say, are they going to embargo us for attempting to control our own resources? I swear we want to trade our things. I swear we have lovely cigars we'd like to sell to you. Oh gosh. Simon ignored this statement. Alright. Economic systems without regulation are bound to fail. What are the consequences of the free markets? The more economy we control, the better we can manage the recession. Or what are the downsides of the planned economy? Let's go ahead and ask the I'm just curious one before we decide what we're going to do here. We asked about the downsides of the planned economy. It's clear that most state corporations and other government-controlled systems are less efficient. The government of Swordland, its institutions or corporations, have a solid history of delivering. So this is rebuilding the corporations and co-ops that were taken down by the second president. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to prediction at the time anyway. Either way, even if we pick a doctrine, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is chaotic economic plan. Finally, something we can both agree on, Lilius. There's another important point which has direct impact on our economy. Superpowers. We might have won the election, but I'm still against aligning ourselves with superpowers. Economically speaking, we aren't as tied to the United Kantana, the Soviets, as we are to Arcasia, the Americans, so a decision to align to the East is much more difficult to accomplish. We must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Swordland. We cannot give in to their wants now or in the future, otherwise our country turns into a pawn. I want you to reconsider your promise to align with United Katana. I won't let them control us. I promise to do this. There's a revolution started by Katana, a permanent revolution, and Swordland must be part of it. See, that third one is what I want. I don't want to be a pawn. But I am interested in helping with the revolution. Well, we're going to be ideologically consistent. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. When the time comes, I hope to make the right decision for our own good. We should attract more foreign direct investment, Mr. President. We saved the country from a full-on depression in 1952 and 53 by signing lucrative trade deals with Rizia, Lesbia, and Kinal. Alright, so it's definitely the case that we do want to continue the trade. we also want to make sure that the benefit of the trade is going to the people. Simon cleared his throat again. This is the third throat clearing in the conversation. I think he has a cold. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Whiskey will be in charge of informing you on those types of foreign policy decisions. We must first decide on an internal economic plan. Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities with both economic doctrines listed. The cabinet members looked at me. Cat. We must thank Seoul and his planned economy for the boom. It shows the success of the system. This is me disagreeing with The Economist. I don't know. Let's finish what Alfonso started with capitalist free market reforms. Its path going to enrich Swordland. That's about planned economy with allies. Or what's on the long-term schedule? What's the long-term plan here? Picking a construction company, trade relations, tax reform, welfare privatization or nationalization initiatives will be some of them. We must choose wisely. Remember, the free market economy in all forms is the future of the world. I wouldn't be so sure. Alright, we're going with Seoul. We are nationalizing this thing. Precisely the reason we should stick to the old system. State planning and regulation showed great success in the 30s. I guarantee we're getting invaded by the Americans. I guarantee this is not going to work out for us. Only for a limited time. Even Seoul himself scored the limits of the system. The slowdown began during his rule, remember? Would we get stronger allies? It would make United Katana diplomatically look at our country in a more positive light. They're proponents of the planned economy. The influence Arcasia has on the world economy is extensive. Our economic strategy should be based on internal reasoning, though. Conclusion time. What are your final thoughts, Mr. President? Critical institutions and state control? More privatization? A market economy doesn't require much guidance. We help with foreign capital, or it's hard to fully agree or disagree. We must control our basic economy. Few could be, and it wouldn't be negative, but either way, you make the choices. The Economist is against us. So what's our general economic plan? The planned economy. Not sure you made the right decision here. Gus looks worried. Now that there's clarity on which direction we're heading, I will work on a good plan accordingly. This concludes our meeting, and our next gathering we'll talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. Is this the rest of the game? Is the rest of the game very, very long meetings in which we decide things? As always, the word game is an interesting word, isn't it? Now that economic direction is taken, the ministers disperse for lunch at the Maroon Palace. Artemis lights, it's true, it's true. Alright, we're promoting a planned economy, urging businesses to align operations. Through comprehensive economic planning and coordinated resource allocation, we aim to optimize productivity and social welfare and in the long term of economic stability. Infrastructure week indeed. Oh boy, so much news. Economy goes down. 8 monies, 1 personal wealth. Your character may be able to spend some time with his family. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. What's the news of the world? The Capital's paper says a beacon of hope is tourism. Tourism, they say. Number 2. Gassam, a privately owned energy company. Gassam is set to bolster Swordland's infrastructure for its ongoing development efforts. As one of Swordland's largest corporations, Gassam's financial aid, logistical support, and equipment are crucial to the economic resurgence. The support provided by the corporations, whose roots are intertwined with exemplifies the corporation's dedication to prosperity. This advertisement, what? You gotta say it's an advertisement up top. The Alfonso Foundation is promoting these people. I intend to nationalize them immediately, indeed. Economy meeting held. Context in the government report that yesterday our economic policy has been planned behind the doors. After the meeting was attended by the president, the Minister of Economy has now we already a planned economy. All right. Economist says Armandine Industries are pioneer electronics. It's not an ad, but the President of America, Dwight Walker, praised the bright minds of our case engineers on the announcement that called for further technological advancements. Nationalization requires more meetings. I will allow other people to hold those meetings. Trusted comrades. The lock-in times, it's very, very cold. Warning is very cold. Oh, a warning for frostbite has been issued in the cities of Bergia. That's where all the homeless people are. How do I respond to this? I want to send them money to help them like open the schools as homeless shelters. I don't want my people who are homeless to freeze to death. I'm noticing these problems, but how do I respond to the problems? The Redactle paper here. Number 1, Alfonso, the prior president, has severed ties with the Lothburg group. Good. And nationalist violence. A man in his 20s has been beaten with baseball bats in Arvery. The man claims to be attacked with his ethnic background. It's the National Front that has done so. NF, ultra-conservative nationalists. Oh boy. Alright, news is exciting. Here we go. Booming wine demand in Borin. The sudden increase led to a busy season for the vineyards and the wineries. They're ramping up production. Look! Economic growth! Thank you, tourism. More to hear. Number of people filing for unemployment continues to rise as recession continues. Alright, so growth in economy here, unemployment here. Where else are things happening? In Sarna! For the first time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sarna has increased. The experts link the output to a drop in temperatures and new farming practices. They're also getting generous credit allowance from the government. The Ministry of Agriculture reports the region has the potential to become a powerhouse if investment persists. I think I should be taking notes so you know. In Gelsord, reduction in railroads. What? Over here in Lockhaven, the Sea Rig of Gossam has paused oil extraction for maintenance. With that, the local government's worried the oil supply may be down. Up here in Lenkberg, the recent collapse of tourism has led to a reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. The network's in service but needs improvements. Oh boy, need infrastructure for sure. And then things are happening elsewhere too. Over here in the Connaughton Security Pact, they sign a non-aggression pact with the Federation of Ancron Isles. Okay, I don't know who these people are. they're but they're not the Acracians. So it seems like these might be Polynesian folks, possibly. Caste system, maybe some kind of Indian Polynesian hybrid. A lot of words there, love them all for sure. But it seems that the Soviets are having non-aggression. They're trying to peacefully extend influence across the archipelago, marking an important turn in complex geopolitical landscapes. Cool. These people want to maybe trade with me. You gotta remember that, Volksland. Down here in the Kingdom of Riz. A little late, but the King Romus Taurus has extended warm congratulations to me following electoral success. He likes democracy. He likes bilateral ties, future close cooperation. All right, more reports. Public opinion says reformist propaganda from Franz Richter resulted in a massive increase in demands for democratic reforms. 55% of the population supports us. Good. The General Staff convened right after the election to congratulate our victory. All branches of the armed forces were represented in a meeting that took place at Camp Strongarm. What a ridiculous name for our military base, Camp Strongarm. Love it. Alright, so it was created by the coup. Very well. Where do you work? Fort Giant Calves. The chief of the armed forces, Valken Kruger, made a public press statement highlighting the increasing chances of military confrontation. He wants more support from the government. Maybe later, for now, logistical issues. The mayor of the capital says there's too much traffic congestion. He needs a comprehensively designed, large-scale, land-based logistics hub. That's what he wants. Alright, happy... I thought it was Infrastructure Week. It's not Infrastructure Week. It's Media Week! Oh, one more time, friends. Time for our meeting. We're gonna have ourselves a meeting about media strategy now. Lucian and Peter return. They both took their seats across from me. Lucian puts on reading glasses and quickly went over documents. Peter turned to Lucian and nodded. Greetings, gentlemen. I've just received further information from the interior about the sudden fire that broke out at the university. Tell me more? Was it put out quickly, or I don't care? Tell me more. Initial reports from the Halsard police chief indicate arson. In accordance with protocol, the Swordish Intelligence Directorate has been called. Is the SID really necessary for this? Why would anyone hit the archives of the university in the first place? I see no logical motive there. It seems like the chief suspects foreign sabotage. They informed us a large section of the archive has been destroyed. It included tens of thousands of globally recognized research documents in original by the great thinkers of our people. It's a shame knowledge was lost. What's the motive? Or we must support our education system. I mean, I'm curious about 2 and 3. Why would someone have done this? But also, yay education! Why would you have done that? The fact that the employee records have been destroyed along with the research documents raises further questions. Luckily, most originals have copies in the other universities and some international libraries. The first edition of my favorite book, The Geopolitics of Swordland by Herman Equa, was destroyed too. Maybe it was a freak accident. We do have copies of most important works, so no single fire can eradicate our knowledge. I see no point in destroying employee records either. More importantly, Lucian mentioned that Marcel Caronti copied him, the man with the most contacts. I know, Erdmithrid, I'm sorry, as an archivist, everything is burning, it's horrible. That said, the employee records, most important. The Carontis has always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Swordland, Caronti no exception. He was the oldest son of Conrath Caronti, the industrious and media mogul who founded HOS, the richest man in the entirety of Swordland. This is our Rupert Murdoch equivalent. Lucian turned to me. He's offered to meet with you, Mr. President. What does he want? Why is the sun coming? Or why should I meet with him? What does he want? After the passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the HOS conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. They're a powerful and influential media conglomerate. To start with, they own the Swordland Today newspaper, the Swordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have him by our side. Sorry for interrupting. What's the productive collaboration entail? Let's consider our operation, or sounds like presidential. What's the collaboration? He did not wish to explain details over the phone, but rather in person. I believe we'll be receiving a call from him sometime soon. He doesn't want to talk on the phone, and he's gonna call. I guess to call on someone could be to arrive in person also. However, as Peter said, they have substantial power over the content of media outlets. Headlines, radio shows, that's what he's offering. What he wants in return is what we need to understand. Probably that we don't nationalize his things. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, the general approach to media. I'm no media expert, but Lucian made some very interesting arguments at preparation yesterday. There are two ways we can approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantages. The other is by keeping it independent. Why can't we do both? Why can't we do both of those? It's independent, but we can send them little messages, ask them to work with us, put occasional stories in their ear. It's a tool or it's independent. I wish I knew what I was saying here. Of course I want the media to talk about our beliefs and to put them forward for people and so on. I guess it's saying, do you want to propagandize hard, or do you want them to just do whatever they do? Ends and means, they're independent. Ideally, yes, but an unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. It's of the utmost importance to maintain public popularity and avoid any damaging scandals or mistakes. I must stress one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have supporting our agenda, the more we can accomplish. With someone on our side in an influential media organization, we can do this very easily. I see what you're getting at. Two wrongs don't make a right, where I share your opinion. So he's saying, should we engage in an unholy alliance and give the owner of the media stations something? I just need to know what this something is before I agree to it. Of course we want public popularity, though. How about we just don't engage in scandalous behavior? That would be the right answer here. No scandals means they can't report on scandals. Two wrongs would make a right. Maybe not. It's hard to forget what happened to President Alfonso last year. Things got even worse after his cabinet resigned, and the media started to slander him, but that was also the result of his own incompetence. Two knocks on the door. Come in. I trust that my guards have already checked who it is. Livio Suno, my new secretary, entered the office. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. She spoke with a slight lilt in her voice. I know this word only vaguely, so let's figure out what it is before I start talking as her. Lilt. Characters rising and falling of the voice when speaking, a pleasant, gentle accent. I knew it was like a bouncing in particular. Spirited and cheerful song or tune. Getting rid of a voice lilt.
Hey everybody, Tracy here. So glad to have you with me on the channel. Thanks for being a subscriber, and if you're not a subscriber yet, click that little button. I'd love to share some free video voice formula over at Cap. Talk about one of the things that, you know, people talk about vocal fry, and they talk about and they talk about these things, and I want to talk about lilting. You know, like lilting up. Like.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you much. Please don't demonetize my video for using your content. This is Reaction Streamer Guy. I do reaction streams. Like, wow, what a great example that was. Man, I sure do appreciate that. You know, check out Tracy Goodwin. She seems like she really has some good ideas about vocal improvement. Like not saying, All right, very good. Okay, we learned things. Wonderful. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galday's secretary has been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Marcel Caronti, the new CEO for HOS Conglomerate, is on the line for Mr. Gallade. Well then, the ball is in our court now. No, it's not. He needs to make his ask first. Would you like me to talk to him, sir? Would you like to do so? I'll talk to him. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Livia left the room and the phone started ringing. I picked it up. The president speaking. It's a pleasure, or hello, first name. Wow. I'm gonna go ahead and, I don't know. We're all equals here. Do I assert my authority? The pleasure, overly familiar. Oh, I don't know. Probably doesn't even matter. It's a pleasure. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. I know your time is valuable, so I will not waste any of it. I was just elected CEO of Hulse. My strategy in running of this conglomerate would be different than my father's approach. This is why I'm offering a partnership deal regarding our media branch. I'd like to formally invite you to my resort near Conriat for a meeting to discuss the details. So he wants to have a conversation on his territory. Conriat is the third largest city of our region. It's on a river. It has tours. God. What does that entail? Thank you for the offer. I'd be interested in meeting, or thank you for the offer, I must refuse. How do I say thank you for the offer, but I'd like you to come to my place instead? What does that entail? Our future is partner, Mr. President. Surely we can't talk about the details on the phone. I just wish to have a face-to-face conversation with you. I'll send you the details through my secretary if you're interested. I do want to talk to him, but I wanted to do it in a way that will not lead to scandal. It's just a meeting. You will not be disappointed, I promise. Well then, let's return to your packed schedule. See you later, Mr. President. See you later, Mr. Conti. I hung up the phone. Friends, it's time for another quick ad break. Our last ad break of the day, I believe. This one I'm actually not going to play crossword. Instead, I'm going to run AFK myself and get a drink. The more I'm talking today, the more I'm getting a little thirsty, and so we'll leave the music running. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Coffee in hand, a couple glasses of water consumed. It'll be good. For now, though, I hope you're enjoying yourself. For now, I thank you for hanging out with me. I know for many of you, you just had your time zone change, and I hope that went okay. Back in just a few here into AFK, just for presently, and I do appreciate you all very, very much, and we'll see you again in a moment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, sorry for the delay, sorry for the break there. Back now, oh gosh. I need to find a way to get this game to play its music in the background. Maybe if I didn't have it in full screen, that would help. Anyway, apologies for the slightly unprofessional music here, music not here over and over again. All right, back now. We got about an hour stream left. Let's see how much farther in this game we can get. We're saying we will talk to the head of the media company, but I'm not going to be bribed by him. It's just a conversation. Hopefully it's fine. I'll set things up right away. Expect a worthwhile meeting next month. It's settled then. Looking forward to next month. I wonder if he has a pool. See, this is what I'm worried about. I'm worried about us all going and having a play date with the oligarch. It's not what I want. Lucian looked at his watch. It appears we're done for today. We'll continue where we left it off later. Thank you for your time. Good work, keep it up, or see you soon. See you soon. Overlay. Oh, thank you. We're no longer AFK. Can you imagine if I left it on the entire stream? Thanks, George. Thanks for noticing the things. Yeah, that's no good. Lucian and Peter gathered their documents and promptly left my office. We're already getting the attention of key figures, potentially dangerous ones. I mean, I'm not surprised we're getting attention of figures. We are the president. We'll see how that goes. All right. I don't know what amount of time is passing from click to click, because it seems like it's quite a bit of time, at least a week or so, to get a newspaper. But, All right, what's new this time? The leader of the media conglomerate's father has died. The fire that burned is somewhat suspicious. We don't yet know who it is in charge there. Gas on hire freezes. Hires freeze amid economic strains. So the nation's largest corporation is not hiring anymore. Glamorous inaugural ball. The Halsford elite gather for a lavish state ball. People are impoverished and homeless, or have a fancy ball instead. And lastly, dispute between Galman and Volksland intense under the leadership of Brigid Hofsdotter. Something that's probably Iceland in some measure. Volksland is the one that wants to trade with us. I'll never forget that. The Reign administration starts its first term. There's a question in the heads. What will the regional international trade policy be? Due to strategic geopolitical location, historically Agnolia and Wayland have been natural trading partners. Depending on the direction of the administration, we think a trade deal will be brokered. All in all, regardless of trading partners the administration decides to go with, one thing is for sure. Regional trade will boost the economy. Alright, I'm guessing this month will be trade policy or something. For now though, more stories. Ribery, with rich historical sites, unique culture, and natural beauty, has untapped tourism potential. However, the city lacks necessary infrastructure and promotional activities to be a full-fledged tourist destination. They're seeking support to develop the tourism sector. That'd be cool. I bet we're gonna go hard into tourism and attract people from the nearby large capitalist nation, and then they're gonna embargo us hard. I think we are on the Cuba playthrough path, my friends. It's not the goal, but here we are anyway. Over in Volgan. Volgan Dam, a critical energy resource, has been experiencing a reduction in energy output due to age. The dam's aging infrastructure is proving less efficient, affecting its ability to maintain previous levels of energy generation. This decrease could impact the region's energy supply if not addressed. It feels like I'm not seeing some button I should be pushing for helping these places. Friends, am I missing something? Like, I see I have money, but I can't click on the budget. But repairing infrastructure seems really, really important. But I can't find a button to say, like, let's go do that. I agree. Let's check it out. This time we have two exclamation points. Also, the Republic of Kurut over here congratulated me on winning. They like democracy also. So everyone's on board with me right now. I haven't had anyone yet say, shame on them for electing this man. Okay, this is our first opportunity to invest in infrastructure. The Ministry of Economy has put forward 2 bold plans for mega infrastructure projects that would help with the economic recession in the long term. Investing in projects of scale will take up some portion of the budget, but could prove worthwhile if accomplished successfully. So it's from 8 money to 7 money. I have no idea. But sure, I like megastructure. So government budget now has 7 available. Will this be a problem? Who knows? At the Capitol, the SID, this is our FBI, I believe, is investigating the arson. Also, the Reform Committee reports that any potential change to the Constitution and direction of reformists result in strong opposition from the National Front Party, the ultra-right people. The members of the Assembly in support of this direction seem to be in great numbers and might make up a majority of the Assembly, while most members of the United Swordland Party are reluctant about supporting such changes. Does this mean the members of the Assembly are opposed and will be going with the National Front? Huh. Well, we gotta work on that if possible. It's a little confusingly written, I think. Alright, time for the campaign finance bill. I can veto or sign this thing. This is the campaign bill that gives a certain amount of money to a party based on how many members of the Assembly they already have. It leads to better representation across the current parties. I believe this makes it harder. Yeah. Parties that do not meet the 10% election threshold see public funding curtailed. So harder to get more parties in the game. Both the far right and the far left, that's not true. The far right has some people in power in the Assembly. The far left has nothing. So if I approve this, I worry it means that the far left will never get any votes. And I think I need their votes to pull off this playthrough. Okay, give me a second. Do we know the popularity of this thing? Let's see here. If I get rid of the election threshold of 10%, it would help too in getting more voices in. I just want people to have a shot at getting the government if possible. I don't think we have any clear statement on what the people want, do we? Yeah, I can't find a button for it, so... Oh, boy. So the Assembly has voted this through. They really don't want me to have an absolute veto. I currently have an absolute veto, so I can stop this thing to let other parties get into power too. A better conversation happening, people's votes mattering more, etc., etc. But also, it increases the chance of the far right getting involved, and it leads to... And it leads to the Assembly being angry with me, I assume. I wonder if this one's supposed to be like really easy. Of course you want proportional funding. I veto it. That may have been a terrible choice. We might get in big trouble on that one, but we'll see, we'll see. Alright, what are my potential infrastructure projects I'm doing? But the Assembly's gonna lead a revolt against me for that one. The view towards the Marquean Sea from Lochhaven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state residence, fittingly named the Blue Mansion, was large, fine, accommodating. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the reason for our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss new infrastructure investment projects. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Unfortunately, I did not even have a chance to have my usual afternoon coffee. Looking at the view from the window, I let my mind drift for a couple seconds. Simon's voice brought me back to the ongoing discussion. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. One of the fast ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. What can we focus on? Nod or I agree. What are the possibilities here? On the one hand, businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical rail network between Holsworth and Lockhaven. Lilia starts talking as soon as Simon took a breath. On the other hand, citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lockhaven and Arvory. The narrow roads by the seaside are not only dangerous but difficult to traverse. So do we help the businessmen? I think it's also what the mayor wants in that area. Or do we instead help the citizens who can't really get around? Heed the calls of the businesses, choose the most profitable, or give the citizens what they want. I mean, roads are good, trains are good regardless. Alright, economy guy, which is the most profitable? Which is obviously going to be our two most economically powerful cities. It's not business people who are suffering now, ordinary folk. What really matters is your first economic act to accomplish something tangible. Alright, so apparently building the new road will help get people jobs at least. So we can improve our capabilities or improve the economy, bring out recession. And both are true. At that point, I have two important projects for attention. The H3 highway project and the L1 high-speed railway. Mr. Hole, whom? Mr. Hole repositioned on this chair. He's a politician, businessman, and the Minister of Economy. Oh, his name is Simon Hole. Got it. Clearing throats, sitting differently. The ministry can support one project at a time with current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. Which one do you hear about first? Oh boy. Tell me of the high-speed rail. Your predecessor Alfonso failed to deliver on a campaign promise, but now we have an opportunity to start the construction of a groundbreaking railway project. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today. As many other countries adopt new electric engine technology to power their trains, we are falling behind. News about the electric trains in United Contana has piqued our business interest. They too want to transport resources and material from a Holsworth to Lockhaven with great speed and efficiency. Okay. So sure, fancy trains moving fast sounds very, very cool. Boosting business interests might help turn the growth thing around. But I do worry it's only helping the upper class. When I say the major cities need infrastructure to support population, I may agree, more people, more infrastructure. Explain more on the other side. Nope, same one actually. More of the same story. Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from Holsworth to Lockhaven. It'll transform into a high-speed railway. I look at the map. Gus is pointed at Holsworth while Simon was looking attentively. The planned construction starts right here at the capital. From there, it goes to Anrica first, and then to Gelsord, after which it reaches Lockhaven, our economic powerhouse. So yeah, connecting all the big cities together. He leaned forward. The L1 will significantly boost the economies of the newly linked cities and even the rural areas in between. Lockhaven is the primary port, so the goods unloaded there will be transported to Holsworth much faster. Alright. Investing in regions that are developed makes little sense. It benefits the whole, or links the rural areas into. It would benefit everyone. for the wealthy and middle-class citizens of the regions, but not for the poor dears who can't afford increased ticket prices. Nobody said anything about increasing ticket prices. What's going on here? Why are you not giving me all the information? The mayor of Ankara, Curtin Lesta, requested the product be prioritized. Curtin Lesta is a member of our party. He's been the mayor of Ankara for, 15 years or so. Businessmen in the region will be very content, which in turn will increase investments and employment. Trickle down. Therefore, I'll recommend the L1 high-speed rail project. What's the highway? The H3 product aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network in the Anglin region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Sordish and Sordish citizens who currently feel neglected. There are no proper highway connections to and from England. The mayor of Envoy, Eric Neal, not selectable. Is it? The mayor's one of us also. Back to my story, please. The mayor of Envoy, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the regional infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main roads. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting. All right. It is cumbersome for citizens, it hurts our businesses, or I shouldn't care about that region. Oh, idealism. It must be hard for the citizens. It is, bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. Let's take a more detailed look at the upgrade proposal. The H3 route starts here in Lockhaven, so it's still a major city, the port, I believe. And from there it leads to Lenkurg. There it goes all the way to Arvory. So yeah, it does give a land connection through poorer areas. As a result, the road network towards Angolian capital Stalport also improves sustainability. I have no idea how the matronly voice is turned into what I just did. I gotta fix that one. The matronly. Oh, you poor dear. As mayor, I saw this central government continuously neglect our country's Agno-Sordish dominated regions. Is this administration going to continue that negligence? Only I can get the rural folk on board with me. Alright, don't neglect these areas. The Agno-Sordish citizens should be respected, or it makes little sense. We respect everyone. Yes, there should be no preference or separation among Sordish citizens. We should think about what's best for the country overall. It has to be pointed out the high would be less beneficial in the short term. I have to disagree. It increased the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased we successfully accomplished this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Agnolia, they'll see the investment as a positive sign. I've settled on my decision. Alright, excellent. What's your final choice? We're going to try to improve the poorer regions and hope that an early decision like this will help in the long term. So, as many of you have said earlier in the playthrough, it's possible the decisions I'm making right now are not going to get me a second term, but may be good for the country in the long run. We'll see. Thank God. I knew you'd see reason. The negotiations begin in the middle of the year. You'll be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates construction to be completed in 2 years, if every step going forward is executed successfully. Thank you all. Alright. So, we've managed to spend 1 money to make a road along here. We can still indicate it's happening. Construction is going, starting in the, what are you again? The big port area. More in the newspaper. The president vetoes a bill. The campaign finance bill has been vetoed by the president after approval for the Grand National Assembly by majority vote on Friday, following a 3-hour debate. Oh, that's nothing. Franz Richter, who also objected to the funding package, saying it contained too much unfairness in the allocation of the budget, also sought to delay proceedings by demanding a formal recorded vote, but was overruled. So Franz Richter is the leader of the second largest party. I'm surprised that he agrees with this, but awesome. The bill failed to become law by my vote. The radicals say, unfair campaign finance bill crushed. A new bill that further expands the unfairness of the election system has been approved by the Grand National Assembly and vetoed by the president. Rain deserves credit for crushing the undemocratic proposal, even though it came from his own party and would have benefited himself. The bill sought to change the rules of eligibility of public funds. It eliminates every party from eligibility apart from the 3 that are currently in the assembly. This insane proposal would result in the governing party's share from the funds doubling. Luckily, President Rain showed us he can go against his party when it needs to be done. The radicals are getting with me. Woo! Alright. Invest in a company's stocks up in Arcasia, that I believe is the USA. A personal investment opportunity has been relayed by Mr. Monger, an experienced stockbroker in Ventry City. Arcasia is selling valuable shares of Armadine Industries, an up-and-coming electronics manufacturing company. We could invest or let the opportunity pass. So this is our personal wealth. The idea of investing in foreign companies while trying to encourage everyone else to focus on our own nation feels a little ridiculous. Unless there's a way that I could personally invest and then put that money into the state. I think not, though. I think we're going to keep our money and use it for our own state's benefit, if possible. Alright, I think another week has passed, maybe. I don't know if that's true. It's time now to have an inaugural ball. I thought we had an inaugural ball on the very first day of our presidency. What is this? I just finished buttoning up my suit jacket when the doorbell rang. The presidential guard had arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. Wait, did all of these things happen on the very first day? I don't know. Hey, Grip, what's up? Are you as anxious for EU5 as you are? I mean, I never really clicked with EU4 that much. But yeah, EU5 has some absolutely amazing possibilities for development. And some really cool new mechanics and bringing together of some of my favorite elements from Lothar Paradox games. So sure, I'll be glad to play it when it comes out. We got a little fancy. The ball's a 3-decade-old tradition breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes on me. Why didn't we cancel this thing? I called on Monica, my wife, to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I straightened my tie and took a deep breath. After tonight, there's no turning back. Suddenly, Deanna, my daughter, hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid, woven through with ribbons. I so badly want her to sing a good night song, a la the Von Trapp family singers. Papa, Mama told me it's time to go. Oh, little girl voices. Hello, darling, I'm ready. Where's your brother? Tell your mother I'm ready soon, or stroke her hair. I'm gonna try to be loving towards my daughter. I've missed a lot of birthdays. Loving towards her. Someday I'll have to pry the boys away from you, or you can be president yourself someday, you know that. We're working on women's rights. I don't want to compliment attractiveness, seems very terrible, but instead, you can be the president. Only when I'm old like you, hee hee hee. She giggled. It was almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Where's my first lady? Call for my wife and Frank? Or order Monica and Frank to stop fussing around? Let's call to them. Monica came down the stairs. She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair had been neatly pinned into a chignon, showing off the pearl earrings I'd given her for our 15th anniversary. What is a chignon? It is absolutely a French word. It's this kind of thing. So it's the curling of the hair around itself, and then it kicks off to the side. English onegaishimasu. It's a bun. I think it's a particular kind of bun. But maybe it is just the same kind of bun that everyone else wears. I have no idea. Anyway, it's a hairstyle. Good to go. I gave him pearl earrings. All those years she's stayed by my side. Now we're about to begin the most challenging chapter in our lives yet. Again, I'm so confused. We've been in office for a while. We've been making speeches and determining policy. Either this is all happening in one day so far, or something's off here. How do you do, Mr. President? Kiss her hand, embrace her, or look at her. Let's have a little hug. It's time to hug it out. I pulled her into a deep embrace. Now where the hell is Frank? Or Frank? Frank! Monica, my love, you look as gorgeous the day we married, or how do I look? Let's be sweet to our wife. There's plenty of time. Now there's the charm that got you elected. Frank trudged down the stairs. This thing itches. Frank tugged at his collar of the new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. Are you good to go? I'm glad to have you with us for the big night, or don't make me wait again. We'll ask after him. Are you good to go, Frank? Yes, the sooner we go, the sooner it's over, right? Papa, are these people going to be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guards at the door of the house. Yes, our most important family need protection. Unfortunately, yes, they can't leave our side till my term ends, you get used to it, or these people are our friends. We want our daughter not be afraid of her bodyguards, so these people are our friends. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to Papa, or his family. Monica held Deanna's hands. Together, flanked by guards, we walked out the door. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead? I could say I'm nervous also. I'd feel more confident with my son. Number 2, it's a party for me. Don't you want to support your father? Number 3, you'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls, or don't make me angry. Let's say we need him with us for confidence. I wanted to tell him he could stay at home, but it's not a choice. Frank smiled reluctantly. Well, when you put it like that, sure, let's go. The presidential guard showed us the way as red and blue lights flashed around us. Sergei, my driver, ushered us into an armored limousine. The motorcade started moving towards the palace. I gazed out the window, deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? Nothing? Isn't it a nice car? Well, this has been happening. I'm wondering if we made the right choices. I was thinking we've come a long way together, haven't we? Yeah, let's continue trying to affirm our relationship. Again, we've not been great to our wife throughout our earlier working years, so we've done this thing together. Yes, we have, and there's still so much more we'll accomplish side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. Oh. Oh, I hope that's true. I hope if a coup comes against us, she won't join them. She won't lead the coup to become the president herself. But this feels undeserved. This feels like I really should have gotten some kind of a coldness from her. Fine, you're the president, but how about the children, etc. Right, so a Tearjerker Tuesday. This is very Tearjerker Tuesday. The game's already made me feel feelings I didn't expect once earlier today. I'm gonna help Papa fix everything. Frank rolled his eyes. I know you will, honey. Well, see you, darling. It means a great deal to me. Let's enjoy the night, or let's stay silent. Let's encourage them to have a nice time. After what seemed like a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Sergei rolled down the limousine's soundproof partition. We are here, sir. Hope you enjoyed the drive. I did, thank you. Much appreciated, how are you? Or nod. We'll ask after him. We'll make sure he's doing well and remembers that we think he's a person. I'm just as good as can I be, but today is your day, sir. I'm glad you're in charge now. You know, my entire family voted for you. Aww. Good to know. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all your support. I won't let you all down. I won't let you all down. I don't doubt that, sir. You're the one that sparked a glimmer of hope in us. Sergei opened the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garish banners that nearly made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the Swordland elite, streamed inside the building. Wait, they're streaming? Do they all have those like selfie sticks and yo, live on Twitch TV, it's the presidential ball? We gotta stop that kind of thing. No streaming. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home, Serg. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. My guards fended off most of them, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognized the Swordish Broadcasting Company logo on her press lanyard. She's just named reporter. Mr. President! Do you plan on working together with the opposition parties on the expected constitutional reforms? Could say my administration brings real change. The night is for celebration. I'm not going to talk about policies. If the opposition is willing to support me, or we're going to work with everybody, the opposition should join on board with me. Mr. Richter clarified that as long as you hold promises of democratization, they'll support you on the issues at the end. What do you think of that statement? I welcome it. Want other parties to join him? I don't expect much from him, or I can't comment. Yeah, want other parties to join him too. Everyone supports for Zordy's party. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to veto a campaign finance law that would have deprived small parties of public funds while increasing those channeled to my own. Are we seeing the beginning of a more egalitarian administration? Gosh, I hope so. So no political party deserves to be silenced? Absolutely. Whether the bill is opposed to my own party or not, I'll use my veto on it to, if it goes against democracy. I didn't want to cause too much of a stir on my first day. Yeah. Democracy first, thank you. That's enough, ma'am, said one of the guards while nudging the reporter away from me. A path through the crowd was now open, and we quickly made our way to the entrance of the palace. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Swordland's colors of white, yellow, and maroon. Gotta remember that. If we have a test eventually, our flag is white, yellow, maroon. A lush maroon carpet had been rolled on the stairs. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs of people making their way toward the ballroom. As I navigated through the crowd, a familiar figure stepped in my path. It was Bernard Kirkus, the acclaimed poet and now Minister of Parliament. His face bore a look of subtle defiance. He's also a poet, he's also a communist. What's a voice for a communist poet? Congratulations, President Rain. A remarkable achievement indeed. It's been a long time, comrade. A remarkable achievement, but the truth is now. I appreciate your congratulations, but from one former Red Youth member to another, we both know our work has begun. Or thank you, Mr. Circus, we've both come a long way from our Red Youth days. Let's reaffirm our ideology, and let's show him we can work together. That's right, President Rain. Once a Red Youth, always a Red Youth. I can't help but wonder how the winds of change will blow in our Swordland now that you've taken the helm. Perhaps now is the time our long-nurtured dream of revolution will finally become reality. I'm hoping for a political revolution in which we can dismantle private property of the corporations and the oligarchs peacefully. Revolution? Let's hope it's a peaceful one. Swordland needs progress, not revolution. You might be onto something, Bernard. Snipe politics side, or revolution or not. Knight for unity. Let's hope for peaceful revolution. That's the goal. You mustn't forget, to ride toward the sun is to invite flame. Yet only through fiery peril can true glory be found. The light of it binds us all. A lovely poetry, I have no idea what you mean. Genuinely nothing. I am not a moth. I don't go to the flame. That is the weight of your new role. We nod politely, pat him on the back. He's obviously drunk with these words. I think a bit of your time, President Rain. Your knight after all. Your family, friends, country await. Thank you. You have a way with words. I see why they gave you the Volpitzer Award, or well said, Bernard. We'll go and give him a little compliment. Until we meet again. As I watched Bernard blend back into the crowd, his words echoed in my mind. Were they mere poetic expressions, or a reflection of the real socialist sentiments in our country? So do the socialists not want peaceful revolution? Do they instead want to overthrow the state? We'll see. We'll see. Behind me I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter. Hi, Uncle Peter, it's great to see you. You two are growing faster than I am getting wiser, says Vectern. Are you sure you've got any wiser? You're a sight for sore eyes, or Mr. Right President. Let's do this standard masculine joking via insulting. Are you sure you've gotten wiser? Maybe not. After all, I'm still sticking with you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Happy to see a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn. Peter's wife Evelyn approached us and shook our hands with a firmness that belied her delicate features. New voice needed. Okay. Who is a woman I know whose voice is distinctive that I can copy? I have one in mind now. How do I make those noises? Congratulations, Anton. I have to say, the results were clear to me from the beginning. Appreciate it means a lot. Thank you, we both work hard. I wish I was as sure as you, or as a woman behind every successful man. Yeah, I'm gonna say my wife also helped me here. We know you did. You deserve the position. And tonight we reap the rewards. I hope you show the same enthusiasm on job. So work hard at your job. That's why we're here. Let's get some drinks or let's celebrate. Work is what we're doing. Of course I will. You know me. I work as hard as I play. I've always hated that phrase so much. Work hard, play hard. I know it's a guiding phrase for a lot of people, but it implies a kind of like intensity that I just don't have. So work competently enough. Play mostly relaxation, thank you. Perhaps not quite as good as a wall poster as work hard, play hard, but you know, as I said before, mediocrity is good enough for me. He gave a short smile that looked halfway genuine. He seemed uncomfortable. Vectern just wants to play, unfortunately. Monica, how are you? You've barely said a word. I'm more than relieved to have this roller coaster ride over with, but of course now the real work begins. Yes, managing the help, planning parties, daily trips to the salon to look your best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I plan to use my power as First Lady to advance the position of women throughout Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. Wouldn't you say so, Anton? That's me. As long as you don't burn the roast, am I right, Peter? Up to a point, they mustn't neglect their responsibilities. Absolutely, we'll work together, or that's my wife, never content to be a pretty face. Number 3, we're gonna work together for better rights for all. Monica flashed me a smile. Deanna suddenly jumped between us and tugged at my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. We're having a conversation, yes, time to go, or of course, darling. I'm gonna be sweet on my little girl. Let's not delay any longer. We moved to the ballroom. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time it was the politicians who sought to appease the new authority in Swordland. I spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches. We finally sat down on our dinner table with the Vecturns as the band started playing some slow jazz tune. Vecturns, our vice presidential family. Oof, that was tiring. We'd say we get used to it. What, you're already tired? Another drink, or if I have to shake our hand again, I'm gonna insist we get used to it. Well, suddenly a loud banging noise echoed from outside the ballroom, then another, and another. The musicians stopped playing. Everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned toward each other, realization dawning on both of our faces. Fireworks? No! Gunshots! As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. I can yell, get down, or shield my wife and kids. So early in the game, we had the opportunity to save a little girl from being crushed by a tank, I believe. We had the opportunity to yell at her, or instead push her out the way. We tried to push her out the way, but we're too slow. We always try to protect the weaker. I threw myself on Monica, Gianna, and Frank to shield them. We should have bodyguards who worry about shielding us, we'll see. Papa, what's happening? I knew it! We never should have gone. Oh, son, oh, son. Chaos broke out as some guests flung themselves under a table and others ran towards the doors screaming. Deanna burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding the fear in his own eyes. So, an assassination attempt possibly. Maybe... I'm guessing it's the Separatists. I'm guessing it's the Separatists who are from my hometown who just want to be independent. We'll see. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Carl Grisha, chief of police, cries out, Mr. President, are you all right? Carl Greaser, head of the Swordish police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. Are these the gunmen? Do the shots come in from inside the house? As soon as he made it to us and saw we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Again, where are my guards? Ah, thank God. What the hell is going on? Status report or check the perimeter. I kind of want to tell him to go do something. I also want to know what's going on, but check the perimeter. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter, now! Paul, Janssen, follow my lead. We'll bring him to the safe room. He now turned to Monica, Evelyn, the children, and spoke in a softer voice. Do not worry, the situation's now under control. Please follow me. We promptly followed Carl through the winding halls and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease the tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. Why do they want to kill someone, possibly me, I don't know. What a fucking night. It's not over yet? Shh, can't you shut your mouth or you can say that again. I'm gonna affirm my friend in this moment. You can say that again. Carl turned to us with a serious face, about to round a corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up. Carl flipped a switch on the wall and a panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious, with expensive-looking leather sofas. That is terrible. The nation is on the verge of economic collapse, and we have some fancy sofas in a room that's never used. Small security monitors on a wall displayed grainy footage of each room in the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry containing enough provisions to last us months. Monica and Evelyn set the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us, made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. I can ask the status. I can say not a particularly good inauguration ball. Are we under attack? Who's attacking us? Or so tell me, Carl, do I have clowns for security force? What's your status, please? Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver. When it fell silent, he turned to us. Good news. We're not in any danger at the moment. The situation's been dealt with and the perimeter's been secured by guards and the police. He led us towards Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. Such tense music here. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner of the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The attacker's one of them, and we have reasons to believe he's working alone. We put this forward as crazy person, not political, just unstable. He fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Uh-oh, is this one of my MPs? Am I gonna lose my majority in the House? Because like the next person in line is the other party? This is what I care about, not the poor man and his family, but instead just politics. Presidential guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He's not been identified yet and will require an investigation. The MP that was killed was identified as Bernard Circus, the communist politician we had a connection with a moment ago. Oh no! Oh no! Someone's killing loyal friends. Someone's killing part of the Red Youth. Why would they do that? I guess he lost the rap battle for sure. This is huge, Anton. This would cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Peter pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure her that everything was gonna be alright. Monica was still trying to tend to Deanna as Frank paced the room, mumbling he should have stayed home. We can comfort our family, we can talk to our vice president, or we can smoke alone. Once again to the family, obviously. I sat down beside my wife and children. How do we know that man voted for us? We just had a conversation with him in which we had a nice connection over our shared political beliefs. I'm sure he voted for his party's candidate, but he seemed like he was supporting us from this point forward. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I'll make sure of it, or we are safe. I can't promise either of these, so which lie do I tell to my children? I think we are safe seems better. We can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. I love that my way of dealing with stress is definitely lung cancer. I was gonna see this through and keep my family safe at all costs. Does this now turn into like Harrison Ford in Air Force One? Does the president pick up a rifle? Does this game suddenly become a first-person shooter? Come on, FPS! I crushed the cigarette on the ashtray. Alright, a change and a connection. On the legislative front, Monsoleke is the new character we've learned of, I believe. Is that right? No. Huh. Maybe it just shows 1 fewer independents. I'm actually not sure what the change was, frankly. I mean, I know it's the case that What's His Bucket died, but something. The communists are not listed here because they're a minor faction. I'm not sure. What I am sure of, though, friends, that it's almost 2 p.m. my time, and so I believe it's the case that we're gonna have to call it there. We're not gonna get a resolution to does the family survive. We're hiding beneath the palace right now. I think that is that for now. So we'll go ahead and make sure the game is saved. I believe it auto-save the way through. And so, yeah, that's today's game. Today's game is Suzerain. I can't decide if this is a game we should play long term. Like, on the one hand, super interesting story. On the other hand, is a tremendous amount of reading and not exactly a lot of gameplay per se. And so I'm kind of back and forth on it, truthfully. We'll think about it. Tomorrow I'll be here. Tomorrow will be a game. It'll be good, I suppose, and I am looking forward to that. So, thanks so much. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I'm gonna go get ready for teaching now. I'm gonna have a sandwich, and I'll see you again real soon. Appreciate you all. Thank you all. Thanks for the follows, subscriptions, all the rest, and your kind presence here as always. See you tomorrow, I hope. Goodbye.